so much. Suda. Bon.
My brother and me.
Staff, can you get the chairs for the people outside, please? Karalundi staff from the classroom.
There is spaces. Just have a look around. There's gaps in some chairs. You just go sit in those gaps, fill the chairs up. Just around there. Some of you that are standing at the back. If you see any gaps, just go fill that. There you go.
Some in front here.
There's some spots here at the front, up here. If anyone looking to sit down, there's some space here. It's at the front of the middle here. You want him to sit down? All right, I guess we can start, eh? Look, my name is Wayne Thomas. I'm the chaplain here in Karalundi. I've been here this is my second year now. And as you live here long enough in Karalundi, you begin to see the special side of this place, eh? And today we're going to hear, I don't know about you guys, but all through this week it's been so heartwarming, eh? There's been tears and you could feel the spirit, you could feel the love in this place. And today we're going to share more, we're going to hear some more stories. But before we begin, we're going to open up with a word of prayer. So let us close our eyes, bow our heads. Father, we just want to thank you, Lord, for your blessing. We thank you for your hand upon Karalundi. The things you have done, the people you have brought in, and the people that have grown here. We thank you for your spirit to be moving in this place, and the people here. And the legacy that it has here in this place, the history that is shared today, we want to give all the thanks to you, Father. Be with us as we worship and also as we hear the stories. Be with each of us, and we thank you, Father, for this day. Be with those that are here and those that weren't able to make it, Lord. We just ask for a special blessing upon them as well. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen. Katie.
Thank you everybody for coming in today. Very special day for all of us. We want to welcome respectful to come in on behalf of the mother people, Yamaji and who have a different tribes. Welcome to Karalundi. You are.
Thank you, Melvin. Melvin is also on this powerful. Can I get the Karalundi staff to present the special item, please?
Kitungwa. Just move big and quick. Just move it up. Let's jump up on the bed. No, so that you fill up the kitchen. So we will look level. You want me to? You are still.
He will take you through the fire. Karalundi staff. They were beautiful. 70 years, eh? Who's 70 in the crowd here? Anyone 70 or over? Yeah. How does that feel? And I suppose that's the same as how Karalundi feels, eh? Feeling old, might be worn out, but still beautiful, eh? Yeah. Okay. It's a very historical significant today, and we all know why. God's appointed place. Yeah. God led in many ways. I don't know, everybody here can understand that, how he's led Karalundi to where it is today. 1954 to 2024. God's chosen place. He chose this place for something special. And that's why we're all sitting here today. Mission-minded people that came to look after Karalundi, that came to teach and to do God's wonderful work. And he's still going. We've got the Karalundi staff just sang that song. We've got former staff. We've got the students. And we must not forget the families. We must not forget the communities where our students come from. We've got some new students today sitting, and we've got our old students sitting here today. And that's something wonderful that we can praise God for. And the service to the children that has been handed down since 1954. The buildings, the old buildings, there was only just one school building here. And I don't know, sorry, I didn't know where the staff lived, but whatever God chose to put on this place, they're still sitting here. Whether they was old buildings until the new buildings today. And also in our heart, what God put in our heart to be still sitting here today. So I think we just praise God today that we're all here, that we can be here together. And moving forward, we hope we get another 70 years. I don't know when or how, but the way the old world's going today, we don't know how long we're going to be standing on this earth, eh? And we hope and pray to God that it won't be for long. Because of what's going on in the world out today, it's not good. Not good. And then, we just got to pray, and we just got to ask God to help us to bring more and more people to under his wings, to be able to go out into our communities, back home, in the streets, wherever we are, to be able to bring other people into God's love. And that's why we're here today, in God's love. Yeah. Thank you. Hope we have a good day today and had a beautiful Sabbath. Who had a beautiful Sabbath yesterday? We all can say that, because this is God's love and God's place. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
This next video is a video of the students from 2020, and the song is He Knows My Name. And every year, at the beginning of the year, we always pray, because we only have 40 students maximum, but there's so many students who want to come here, so many parents calling up almost every week, wanting to put their students here, but no space. And we always pray, Lord, you know the names of each of the students who need to be here. Please send them. Please send the ones who really, really need to be here. And I'll just show this video. He knows that.
been asked to share a worship of thanksgiving today. And I want to take you to the scriptures, Luke chapter 14. If you've got a Bible on your device, I want you to look it up. And if you're a person that likes to know what happens in the end, just tell me what happens at the end of it. Go to the end of the chapter of Luke chapter 14. And it reads some words there that when you read it, you think, oh my, I better pay attention. I better follow what is being said in this chapter. Because it ends on these words in that chapter of Luke chapter 14. Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. And straight away you think, okay, I better pay attention, I better listen up. There's something important that's been said. But right at the beginning of this chapter, I want to share a story. It's only a few verses here, 6 verses. And it says this: one Sabbath, when Jesus went to eat in the house of a prominent Pharisee, he was being carefully watched. There in front of him was a man suffering from abnormal swelling of his body. And Jesus asked the Pharisees and the experts in the law, is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath or not? But they, what does it say? They remained silent. So taking hold of the man, he healed him and sent him on his way. Then he asked them, if one of you has a child or an ox that falls into the well on the Sabbath day, will you not immediately pull it out? And verse 6, what does it say? And they did not answer, and they remained silent. We don't know who this man in this story is who was healed. But he certainly was the benefit of something good that day. His life was transformed. But it's simply whether he was a vehicle to show those who were watching Jesus what is right, what must be done, what is really important in this world. If you go through the rest of the chapter, it actually gives a number of different stories. One is about having the best seats, choosing the best places of honour. And there's other stories about a banquet. People invited, didn't come, and it said go out to the highways and the byways and invite them. But I want to reflect on this story because even though it's talking about the issue on Sabbath, and there was a person that was in need, the importance that Jesus shows in this story is that person who has that need. And I want you to think about this story in relation to Karalundi, the history of Karalundi, the 70 years of Karalundi, representing Jesus, you could say, to a world that has a need, to a community that has a need. In the story, there's a man with swelling. We don't know what was going on, what his health condition was, but he had an immediate need, and Jesus was able to meet that need. Now, there will always be opposition to doing something good and something right. There will always be reasons why we shouldn't. But if you think about the history of Karalundi, there were people who took the risk, like Jesus, while others said nothing, did nothing, but they took the risk. They ventured out, They established relationships with people. And they created a place where people could find healing. More than healing. Transformation. This is the Karalundi story. And we see this played out, this gospel story, in the life of Karalundi. That's why we exist. There's a person that works in our office, and he constantly says we have to be the hands and feet of Jesus, which simply means we have to be very practical in what we're doing. Not just thinking it, not just saying it, but actually doing it. And in a sense, Karalundi is that. It's been doing that. It's had its ups and downs. It has its time where things have slowed right down. And there have been times where we've questioned, we thought, God, is this really what you want us to do? We haven't heard God say, stop this work yet. And so it exists. But we are facing challenging times ahead. And I mentioned a little bit about it, and I'm not talking about the church and dealing with that side of it. But we actually, as Australian community, society, we're facing extremely challenging times ahead. You only have to ask people that are working in education now. Finding teachers, finding principals, getting staff. You can have the best school with all the resources, and yet you still have those challenges today. In fact, in the Adventist school system, that's one of the biggest challenges that they face right now, is getting Adventist teachers. And so we're challenged with that. And Karalundi here is such a beautiful place. It's an experience. It's a lesson in life, almost, as well. And but yet it has a challenge. We're also facing the challenges in society, that society is changing in all of our schools, in how we deal with gender issues and things like that. That's going to challenge us. We haven't had those challenges here at Karalundi yet, but they are challenges that we face. But yet we know that God has been leading, and whilst we can still see Him and hear Him leading, we will continue to follow. But we must be prayerful, we must be vigilant, and we must be wise in how we do that. Because God's blessing upon Karalundi has depended on that right throughout its history. All those that have been part of Karalundi, leadership of Karalundi, partners of Karalundi, staff, students, have all needed to do that. And we need that further on into the future. But today we celebrate 70 years. And 70 years, what is the medal that's associated with 70 years? It is platinum. It's a platinum celebration. And so we will celebrate today, this year, this milestone for Karalundi. But as we continue to move forward and march forward, as we venture from the gate to here, it illustrates something, that we all need to be walking in the same direction together, side by side, supporting and sharing this connection with one another, but most importantly, with Mama God. May God bless Karalundi. May God bless each one of us today. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Terence, for that message. Now, this time, my staff will present to you a new song for Karalundi College. They have worked very hard to compose a new song. So this is a new song for Karalundi 70th anniversary. So I will invite them to come up and sing that song to you.
Yes, well, our staff members are coming up. Just want to thank acknowledge Miss Alisi. She was the one who is behind this song, created this song, made music for the song. It was just last week. And we hope that for all the Karalundi students and all the staff, hope that this song will bring some numbers. Thank you.
As God will lead us, we will make it
Now that's the song for Karalundi. It's a brand new song, and that's to commemorate the 70th anniversary of this place. Now we have come to the most important part. Now anniversary is about looking back and to try and stop take what has happened in the past, and then to try and make changes to improve for the future. We are all moving forward, as the Bible says. We are not moving back. And so to the programs here in Karalundi. So I will first give the opportunity to our pioneer students, to share what they have learned and experienced in this beautiful place. Now there is a spot in front there where they can all sit, and I can give them the mic each to start sharing. If that is okay with you, or if you want to sit here, we can get the chairs and you can sit here. Which place is sit here? Okay, up side please. Okay, yeah. I will give the mics, and then you can pass it on if you want to say something. There's one mic there, and I put one mic here. You can start talking now.
You're too shy. You're right. Okay. You're right. Yeah. Younger than me. Stop fighting with you.
Yeah, you can start.
Hello. My name is Maxine, and my name is Patrick. I live in Karalundi, and I'm the eldest in me when I was small. Small at the moment. And I went to school here, and then I worked here and went back to William and started working in the old mission. Then I went north. I had to take care of my Lord and my daughter Gloria. And the thing that I lost my daughter, so I just had to come back here to bring my daughter back here. So I am here now. That my daughter passed away in the so I brought my children to stay there where they was born. They were born in King Edward, so I came back for them to bring them back in to William and Karalundi. Because I went to school here a long time ago. They held us, I'm the mother, I'm the youngest of them. I got a lot of people. Huh? When did you? Yeah, we slept everywhere. Schooling around here, going walking and taking shit Poquillo, some honey, digging honey up and. Oh, we're not gonna yeah. So we have taken a walking around all over the place, that way. Right up, we used to walk to the Karo over there, and I had Gina Karo. What is that? Claypen, we used to go to Claypen walking. We didn't ride on a cow or anything, we used to walk as kids when we was young. We used to walk to that big place over there. Yeah, man, Albert, we were walking up this other way. We went all the way, all the girls and boys. Boys go one way, girls go one way. Otherwise, they must stick the other way. Yeah, the children was all growing up, you know. Big boys was growing up then. Yeah. And we had Pastor, what do you call us here? Teacher for us. Can you know his name? Yeah, he was here. Then we left Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds, Mr. Babson, May Miller, and Rosie Bourne. They was all living, yeah, they looked after us when we were children. And brought us, we had no bus to travel on to here, to Karalundi. They had to put us, all the kids, on the truck and bring us here and drop us off. Now they, big flesh, they got a bus now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that one you do, huh? Don't wait for me. Hey.
Go on into it now.
Yeah, now.
Yeah, what can
You've been a cook here a long time.
How long you been here? Yeah, I went to school here from Wuluna. And then that black one. Yeah, I went to school in Wuluna. And then I came upon here to Karalundi. Yeah. Went to school here. And when I finished school, I worked in the kitchen with Barbara and we used to go everywhere on the truck. The Bloomfield or the Bloomfield and Mulligan.
Use the cord like this one.
Kita flap. Sure, flap. Yeah.
Yeah. When I left school, I was working with Barbara in the kitchen.
Many years.
And then I got married here in this church. Yeah. I went back to Wuluna. I was working at the desert farm.
What did you do at the desert farm?
Picking melons and oranges.
Yeah.
What did you? You came as an Yeah, then I came back here. Yeah, I was working.
How many years?
7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You brought up all the little ones, small ones.
The Moses was little and Western.
8 and
Many, yeah.
Young country boy first.
Yeah, then,
Then
yeah.
you worked with many doctors.
I worked in the clinic for 30 or 40 years. And then I came back here.
Yeah. 3 or 4 years, isn't it?
7.
7 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Closed and then when you were sleeping away. Yeah. Yeah, all right.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be back home to my special school where I went and read a kata. And this was a place was so special that I learned about my journey, life's journey. Even though I traveled all over the world, I went to Toronto, but I came back to my own world. And when I grew up here, I learned a lot. A very special life's journey. This was great beautiful for me.
You've been school here?
Yeah, that's my special
Where your
school.
school was? Which way?
Here, I went to school in Karalundi here, and I learned a special journey, life's journey, to be on the straight, narrow road, so I can grow up and live my life.
You know you gotta play it. You have a story you can learn young, kind of.
I learned all about Jesus' birth and his second coming, and I'm looking forward to that.
Amen.
Because I want to go home and be with him and sit on his side and talk together.
Yes.
That's why I'm looking forward to that.
Amen.
Hello everyone. I'm Gladys Ashwin. I was Gladys Reddy here. And I was born out in the desert. When this before this place started here. And yeah, maybe about 3 I came in to the learning. And my parents worked on the stations and learned to do. Yeah, then they put us in Karalundi mission. Stayed there a couple of years. And I came here to Karalundi in '62 to finish my education here. And it was good with all the other kids. Going to school, in some ways it was, a lot of ways it was good, but it wasn't glad to go home, or even if we cried, if you cry out fast, we still had to come back. That's one thing wrong, back then, yeah, family. And anyway, I came and learned about Jesus. And when I finished school, I wanted to keep going to college, but I was too old, you know, too old to keep going. Yeah. But, yeah, something came up. I started working in the laundry and something else happened, so they got me to work at the school with old Esther Barson. Yeah, she was my teacher in Karalundi, that's not Karalundi. Then she came here teaching when she went away and came back. Then I started working with her. I had to stay, they told me, you have to stay for 4 years. And of course she had to go up and down hospital too. She was yeah, so I worked here for 4 years. And when she went, I went to work in Woodluna with Sandra here. Yeah, yeah, we worked in a school together. Yeah, then after that, when I got married, yeah, when I had all my kids, when this mission started up again in the 80s, yeah, I sent all my kids like Delby, Regina, Brendan, and when I lost, we sent around about 6 kids. Sent them all back, and then I looked after my nieces too, my brothers. And you know my brother. Yeah.
The little one?
Hmm?
The little one? How was this? My kid from him?
No, the
older one?
Yeah.
Yes.
One after me.
Yes.
He went to Carmel College. Like, where he's coming. Where he's coming. You remember my brother? Dave.
One of the friends.
Yeah, he was my brother. Yeah, and I looked after his kids and sent them all here. And Mr. Toplin used to go afterwards when he came, he used to go and pick them kids up, pick them all in his blue Falcon. I don't know how many kids in areas here, pick them all in my kids' that four oldest ones, and then I had 3 of my brothers. Yeah, and the area kids, he picked them all into that Falcon and brought them all away. I don't know how. Yeah. It was really good, and I just want to thank some of these old people like Rossies and all these lot who was here staff for looking after our kids and for loving them too. This meant a lot to us because we got a station out from Woolloona 200 k's east. We got Windida and we had to be at there. But we wanted our kids to have a good education, and a Christian education, That's what I wanted. We both wanted, me and my husband at the back there. Yeah. It was more better that they came here. That's when the Karalundi first started talking. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really happy for what's been happening. People like Tompkins or Jenny and all that too. I can't, say everybody's name there, but I want to thank you old people for what you've done for our kids. and for what's happening now with these kids. And they went over last, maybe a couple of weeks ago, the kids from here. Yeah, they start talking and singing and even praying, you know. So you must be learning them something, and I'm really proud for them, yeah. You know, that makes me feel good. That's all I want to see, is as long as they know God and things like that, yeah. That's all that matters to me. They can get an education, yeah, but knowing God is, you know, that's like they're allowed to go home here with God. Yeah. They're doing a good job here. Yeah, just keep keeping it out of the front of the way, you know? You know?
Yeah, I was one of three of us in the family, me, Brian. Yeah, me, Brian, and Jim and Cynthia. And we were very lucky because I picked up the older ones that taught me. I was taught by the older ones that were here. Johnny Coates. No, just kept going. It was a lot easier than when you had that behind you. I had my brother and sister here, Jim, and
Cousins? The cousins?
my cousin, Clary and Needham, Bobby, Cameron's. Yeah, keep taking that away. Yeah, a lot of things. Yeah, I learned how to work. First I was a bread maker in the kitchen, and then I became milking cows, me and Oliver Riley. We lived for a long time together. And different things that you learn how to mend for yourself too, as well. And the other people learned me how to speak their language, which was good. Yeah, another language. It's only through Auntie Abby that got Dad to put us kids into the place here where we learnt about Jesus and education as well, you know. We got all that from because of Auntie Abby. But Dad, it's hard for me to talk about it because I had some good times here, and I've been through some rough things too, you know? But it all worked out to be good. Anyway, I was, believe it or not, I was told I was the best boy in the mission. I got a trip to Perth at the camp school about there. Yeah, and I picked my mate to come with me, Billy Patch. Anyway, he was not too late to come and catch me for playing, you know. And so local Johnny Ray, he'd come first. And I said, he'll have to do. He'd come along first. Nara Wallen, he couldn't stand the cold, you know. Yeah, he yelled at me. Hang on a minute.
What about the sport? What about the sporting? You were chosen for sports person.
Yeah, I was chosen for that too, sport person. Jimmy Pat come then Pat. Billy Pat was a great sportsman, that bloke. We were both pretty good, you know, together, cricket and all that sort of stuff. Billy Pat was very good. Yeah. And Morris Jackman had him. Alina. Yeah. Alina Pat. Long, I mean. I just had a I went to Perth. And Manitoba come with me, Tony Ray. He come with me and we had a good time down there, me and him. He just don't like the cold. You know, he don't like that. White parrot we was. It's always Delta baby. Yeah.
What about the minaris?
Yeah. We used to get them from those little pinches, you know. Didn't get much of a feed, but you know, when they was here, there was no meat. Something. That was the worst thing about Ningar is they hang around windmills and always in a big bunch. So you start right in the middle and you're bound to get one. You know, something like that. And when you was in the house, they know you just step hard up to me. Anything goes, you know. Whatever it is. All of the birds. I've even eaten lizards. Yeah. The spore, yeah. Lizards, not only goannas, lizards. Had to eat something. I'm giving you an idea. Yeah, we used to go upstairs just when I finished milking the cows, go back and there was plenty of milk. And they had the wheat mix in a big box. And I used to come over and steal that at night. You put the meat bits in the milk into the bowl like that. You don't see it till you get out the light. All the mouse shit comes to the top. I thought I was great. I thought I was well fed. Yeah, that was true. There was not only me, there was a lot of fellows. My brother Brian and Bobby came and when the old Tooks died, they took them in, we had a whole boiler thing here, burning the rubbish. They knock off from school, go down there, they see our old Chook laid in there, and they'd took him out and run down to the cow shed there and pluck him, eat him, make sure nobody else is coming. This is a Chook that took out the rubbish. Oh, we had some times. Stealing oranges, yeah. One of these big girls from Karalundi used to be stealing too. Yeah. Yeah, there was one bloke he used to make Lance Nogle, we used to make him eat oranges and that. Bloke called old Ken Mitchell. He was one of the bosses of the farm. He was. Oh. Very cool. He gave it him, poor fellow. Anyway, just a little bit of the times I had here, and some of them I was great, you know. Especially like times I was picked for being the best boy. I couldn't get over that. I had to go to the laundry every afternoon or something. There I got the strap. And I was the best boy. Just to make him like the rest of them. It was fair. Yeah. Well, I lasted right through the time. I was one of the first boys here, first family, to come. Larry Cameron and Mickey Gilbert and them was here. Johnny Conger was here. Yeah. And I got a trip to be able to go to Perth. I couldn't get over that. They wanted to put me in Karalundi College. I don't know what gave them the idea. They thought I was an educated boy. I don't know where I got that from, but never mind. We got through it. Different things. Yeah, there's a lot more, I can talk for a month here and tell you. But, yes, my old mother, she went through a lot. But she was praying, glad that we ended up in Karalundi. She didn't have to fend for us. No more going trips to the rubbish tip and trying to get some clothes, trying to get some tea, or something like that. But she made do, and we just had to make do, because Dad he was a bit of an alcoholic. He worked, but the pay went to the alcohol and not to my mother. She just went through, battled through, but she got back through. Then we ended up here in Karalundi, which was at least we were fed. We could get steel oranges or something, It was good. Yeah. Oh, it was it ended up being a good life. Yeah, you got mates, all the mates I had, the Walloona boys, they were really, I learned their language very quick. Not only the good words, the swear words too, you pick them up quick. Anyway, this is about, that's my story.
Let's give a very big clap to our. Okay, are you okay? Can you two leave the place now? Thank you. Okay. It's the preschool time now. Sorry. Okay. Now there's a request from our side that they want everyone to go on the stage now because they can't see people. So. Okay, maybe we'll do this special item and then we'll go to the next part.
Those were really great stories, weren't they? I was laughing. Really just want to let everybody know that we're very honoured to be a part of such a very special day, and we hope you enjoy this special item that gives glory to God because He's the one that holds it all together. Amen? Amen. And I wanted to share with you a very special word. I hope I'm going to say it properly. The only Aboriginal word that I've learnt since living in Newman. And so I'm going to share that word with you right now. I hope I'm going to say it properly. Ready? Yarani. Did I say that right? Thank you for being kind to me.
This is my desire to honor you, for with all my heart I worship you. All I have within me, I give you praise. All that I adore is in you. Lord, I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I live for you alone. Every breath that I take, every moment I'm away. Lord, have your way in me. This is my desire to honor you, for with all my heart I worship you. All I have within me, I give you praise. All that I adore is in you. Lord, I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I live for you alone. Every breath that I take, every moment I'm away. Lord, have your way in me. I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I give you my heart, I give you my soul. you alone. Every breath that I take, every moment I'm awake, Lord, have your way in me.
I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I give you my heart, I give you my soul.
Thank you, Pastor Kitchen and your family, for the beautiful song. Now it's time for our former principals to give their reflection on what they have experienced when they lead the school in the past. So I will invite them to take the stage, and then I don't have to tell them what to say because they are good people in talking. Thank you.
While they're coming up, going to have Jenny, who's going to represent Ken Topwin, who was principal here back in the 89, 90, yes, 91. As you know, Ken was tragically taken due to a motorcycle accident a few years ago. And I'm representing myself as well, even though I'm not a principal. I was involved right from the beginning. And I'm also representing my brother Chris, who was principal here as well when I left. Are you in the right order? They're principals. Come on, give them credit. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Yeah. I think my brother was there. Yeah, somebody there. Oh, and Steve. Yeah, and Stan Armstrong, who's not here today. He was here. And where was Steve Peets? He was there somewhere. Yeah, I know where he is now. And he should be here. So, he was administrator, yeah, he was administrator then. He was also principal, wasn't he? Steve? Oh, he wasn't a principal. Oh, there he was. Okay. First of all, got to give these people, the pioneers, significant credit. Karalundi is their legacy, and it's going to keep going on and on for generations to come. We hope, well, until Jesus comes, and hopefully that's sooner rather than later. Real credit to what you've done and the fighting that happened right at the beginning to get Karalundi re-established again in 1986. And Stan and Neil Armstrong were right there at the beginning to get Karalundi going after it was closed, after the mission closed in 1954. So there was a gap of about 12 years before. Sorry?
74, not 54.
When it started 54, sorry, when it finished in 74. Yeah, so a 12-year gap, basically, when we started again in 1986. I have some original records there, student records there, and it was about it was the fourth term of 1986 that students started here. So it was fourth term basically in 1986, and the student records are there. I've got the ones from Stan Armstrong's class and teacher Leanne Brighton, her class records there. I'm sure there's other ones there from the other teachers that were here at the time. I've also got a list of all the students that were here in 1986 and 1987, and out of about 100 of them, I counted them up, and there's about 23 of them that have passed away, and that's really sad. So it's a limited opportunity that sometimes we have with these students here. It could only be one term, it might be a year, it might be for their whole school life here, but we have limited opportunity and time to get them to know God. And I'll share a little story later on from one of the students who has since passed away. But yeah, some of the challenges we had, we all know the challenges we had. When Ron turned up in 1987, give us a bit of background of how you felt when you first landed at Karalundi.
It was like I'd gone to another country. I'd never come this far north in Western Australia for a start, other than, I had the year before in that fourth term when Stan was here. Because Nerily and I, we've been teaching in Bunbury at the time, and we got to the point where we felt we're doing the Lord's work. It's something that's, it's really easy in an Adventist school, with an Adventist population, and that it's so easy. And we saw an advert in the Australasian Record, as it was called back then, and it was for expressions of interest, I guess, in terms of people who were wanting or were willing to come to Karalundi to teach. And we prayed about it and spoke about it a fair bit, and we thought, yeah, let's apply. And so we did, and then promptly forgot about it. And then it would have been a couple of months later, all of a sudden these letters appeared in the mail, and one said, we're wanting to appoint you as the principal of Karalundi in 1987. And Nerily got one asking her to be a teacher, and we go, my only experience with Karalundi was in about 1961 or 62 when Clary Cameron came and visited our farm down near Bencoven on her way back from Carmel. And I was pretty impressed with Clary. He gave me a little pocket knife too. And but he was the first person that I'd actually met. There were no Aboriginal people that lived in our area at all. And it was a great experience. And of course later we met the boys from Walloona who came down to Carmel while we were students there as well. But we came up and visited, and in that fourth term when Stan and Mel were here, and kind of had a look around, and we're going, well, it's going to be a challenge. But it was a good challenge, I guess. It was pretty impressed. We arrived and we checked out the bank balance. I think there was $626 in the bank account. We knew that there were 3 other teachers that had been asked to come, Glennie Ainsworth and Garth and Sammy Fatnana. We knew Glennie, we didn't know Garth and Sammy because they'd just graduated from college and they'd just gotten married, and we knew they were on their honeymoon over here, coming over. And that was pretty impressive. The day that we arrived, we'd driven all night from Bunbury, got here, it's a stinking hot day.
Little blue truck?
No, this was before the blue truck. This was a little blue car, and the Datsun. And I think somebody had been sick during the night. Josh, our 18-month-old son. We drove all night to get here because we thought the removalist was going to get here, and it wasn't here when we arrived anyway. But there was an old lady here who said, "Hello, are you the new principal?" And we go, well, yes. Well, I was going to be working here this year, but I just waited around to tell you that I'm not. So at the end of 1986, every staff member, bar this one person, And every student sort of went home, and we had not really any understanding of how that was going to look in 1987. But praise the Lord, with the help of a very godly pastor that many of you would know, Pastor Eric Davey. Man, that guy, he just made so many ways appear, and I absolutely am in awe of what he stood for, his feeling, his concern for Aboriginal people. His love for the Lord, it was just amazing. And man, he did so many things to help us during those 2 years that we were here. It's really hard to describe.
Mr. Optimism.
Oh, absolutely. There were times when, there were financial difficulties, because sisters remember the first time that we were operating totally independent of the church. Prior to that, in the 1954 to 74 time period, that was a church-sponsored program. But now it was totally independent, and that brought all sorts of different issues. I learned so much in my time that I was here. And in terms of dealing with government departments, learning about finance with the help of people like David and then later Melville Simmons. And it was tough, but it was rewarding. And I look around here and I meet up with people all the time that come and say hello to me, and I go, it was worth it. I don't care how hard it was worth being here and serving the Lord here at Karalundi. And it's difficult to describe, it really is, how much that matters. And I don't know how long you want me to talk for, David, but it could probably go for about a week or two. But I won't, because everyone will get hungry and bored.
Yeah.
But
I know the current staff may complain about certain things, but they've got nothing to complain about whatsoever.
Oh, we had a flat top trailer. There was an old caravan rolled over on the highway up there, and a Massey Ferguson tractor that had blown a head gasket, and we had our teachers with personal cars. They were the only transport that we had when we arrived, nothing else. So the tractor had to be repaired, and that was done. My dad paid for the repairs on that tractor, because he felt for the mission here at Karalundi to help Aboriginal people learn about Jesus Christ, and he thought, well, it's a little bit that I can do.
Yeah. Our budget for the first year, I think, was about $250,000.
Yes, that's right.
That's it. It's probably nearly probably a couple of $1 million now. And we had, I think, in your first year there was 19 staff altogether.
My first year?
Yeah.
Oh, 19 staff?
19 altogether. Some of them might have come and gone, but they were...
Oh, yeah. We had 5 that were there for the whole year. That was Nerily and myself and Glennie and Sammy and Garth. Other than that, yeah.
And all people.
Yes, on and off. But oftentimes it was teachers looking after the dorms as well. So we worked 7 days a week, and on an average about 18 hours a day. And by the time the holidays had come around, we were pretty worn out every time. But the Lord gave us the strength to do it. I don't know how we did it. I still to this day don't know. All I know that during the time that I was here, my Christian experience changed dramatically. Whereas before it was theoretical, it became very practical. Faith, which was theoretical before, became very practical. And to this day, I I'm thankful for my experience here at Karalundi, because now I don't worry about anything. I just say, Lord, take care of it. You know, I don't worry about getting sick. I don't worry about accidents. I don't worry about money. I don't worry about anything. I just leave it to God. And I learned that by being here. And that was a significant thing for me. And so it's a learning experience, and not just for any particular individuals, collectively as a group. It was significant, and for me especially, and my wife as well. Yeah, our second child was born while we were here, as many would know. She was born on the 30th of September 1988, which is 36 years ago in a few days' time. So that was pretty remarkable. Our boy, we had no worries about him being here because we knew the kids would look after him. We figured, if he gets lost, they'll find him. If anything comes near him that's going to harm him, they'll look after him. And they did. And he is, well, he'll be 40 next year, and he has such a connection with Karalundi, even though he was only a little tacker then. His heart just goes out for what's going on here, and he wants to help any way that he possibly can. So
now, none of these lovely buildings were here in those early days.
No.
There was nothing. Your house was over where the kitchen dining room is now.
Yeah, the one with the bent limb that goes out that way.
Yep. The boys' dorm was in the location where it is now. The girls' dorm was in that location. My house was where the multi-purpose hall is. And I know when I first came here, there was holes in the wall. We were living in the house.
Yes.
Hot water. We didn't have any solar back then. The cheapest thing that we could buy to put into the houses was wood heaters. So we had storage wood heaters, and if we forgot to go out to the bush and get some wood to heat the water up, we had cold showers, or we didn't have one. And yeah, that was another challenge that we had.
Yeah.
There's school buildings. There was just one long school building there, and the museum, that is now the museum, that was basically where the playground is there now. And that had the principal's office in the end of it as well. And that was basically the only buildings. Where the farm manager's house, there's another little house there. And of course there was a boys' dorm parents' house on the end here and on the girls' end as well. And that's basically all the...
There was no other staff housing or anything like that?
No other staff housing, yeah.
We used to share, Glennie used to live with us in our house.
The teacher living with you. We had a caravan in our backyard with one of the teachers living in that, with an extension course, using our bathroom and things like that. So they were very, very challenging days. And it wasn't until 1994 that we started to get buildings. Maybe we'll explain that a little bit more a little bit later.
Yeah, the other thing that struck me when we arrived, of course, was the veranda around the principal's house, because it was covered in all sorts of things like boxes with air conditioner, the old evaporative air conditioners and stuff in, and kind of looking at them going, well, where do they go? And the answer was anywhere that I wanted to put them. There were none in any of the classrooms, there were none in any of the houses. So over a period of time, became plumber, electrician, and a few other things, and we eventually got them all, at least so that there was one air conditioner in people's houses, and there was one air conditioner at least in each of the classrooms, which certainly helped a little bit. But there was no filtered water, beautiful water like we have today. It was just the old well water. So Pastor Davey used to bring those 20-litre plastic containers and jerry cans full of water up from Perth. And people bring it out from Meekatharra and all sorts of places where there was actually some fresh water to drink, because the well water was strong, not salty strong, but still strong in salts.
I remember with my background, I didn't have any accounting experience at all. In actual fact, I failed maths at high school. I think that was because the teacher actually said it all depends.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't him. But yeah, I became the bookkeeper and sort of business manager and sort of did other things that the principal didn't do or couldn't do. And one of the things was when we had to make a telephone call, we actually had to go to your house.
Yes.
The window, open up the window, lean through, and it wasn't one of these phones like that. We had to dial a handle to ring up Geraldton to ask us to connect us to the phone number that we wanted, and she would then connect it, and we'd be talking on this phone through the window, standing outside on the veranda to make business calls, etc. Can I expand on that? Got sick of people using the phone?
Yes. No, I can't expand on that. That's. I think you've described things fairly well. We did later get a public phone here, the Telecom, or Telstra as it's now known, put in, and there was a tower here that's connected across to Mount Wells, and there was one public phone which people from the surrounding area used to come in to do their business calls on. We got to know some of the locals fairly well as a consequence of that. And yeah, they were very supportive of what was happening here, and the school, and respectful of what we were attempting to, or what we hoped to achieve, and what the community wanted for their children.
Yeah. And speaking of children, we had to pick up the children, didn't we? We had no bus, there was no public transport. We had no money to buy a bus. As I said, we only had $250,000 for the year. Actually, in '86, our first staff, we had 6 initially, till the teachers came on site, and they were paid by the government on sort of a pay for the dole. Work for the dole sort of arrangement. And they said, we'll pay for it for the first year as long as you can take them on after that first year, which we did. But yeah, going and collecting students, that was a challenge, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Expand on that? And
yeah.
Jenny can expand on that a little bit as well.
Yeah, we ended up at Easter Camp in '87. We looked in the Sunday Times to see if we could find a little vehicle, a little truck that we could use, and we did. Found a little Isuzu, and this was on Saturday night because that's when the Sunday Times came out, and we were sort of going, well, we can't contact the people who are advertising because it's Easter Sunday, they won't be around. But knowing full well that back in those days, a lot of things were actually sold on the Saturday night. And we're going, oh well, if it is the Lord's will that we get the number up, and said to the guy, have you still got your truck? And he said, yeah, I've had a few inquiries about it, but none of them have ever come good with the money. So we went and had a look. It was at a wrecker's yard, would you believe? He had rebuilt it out of bits and pieces, and yeah, it did the task. We bought it, we did the task, we paid for it, and it did numerous trips up to Jigalong, across to Wiluna, in and out of Meekatharra, and even down to Perth on occasions. We brought Melville Simmons furniture all the way up from Perth on the thing.
That's a little blue truck.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. But before that, we had some challenges because we only had our personal cars.
That's right.
Yes, I remember going out to Warburton. I had a little Cortina station wagon, and drove up there in the daytime, got there at night time, camped in the camp at night time there with one of the elders. I can remember this very clearly. He was cooking some chicken legs on the fire there, and he offered them for me to eat one of them, and I looked at it and it was not cooked, not to my liking anyway. But but persevered, and in the morning loaded up kids, 14 kids in the Cortina, and all the way back. You can't get away with that these days, but that's how it was. Maybe Jenny, do you want to expand on that a little bit with your car as well? While you're there, Ron, you had the same issues too, didn't you?
Oh yes, we managed to, on occasion, have up to, I think it was 8 or 9 in the little Datsun 200B. In my XE. The last journey we went to Jigalong, I asked the kids, do you want to go in the truck or do you want to go in the car? We go in the car, sir. I said, okay, how many have we got? 8 in the back, 3 in the passenger seat in the front. Never complained once. They were so good. And I'm going, this is impressive. These kids, they are just amazing. And it was just so good. Those sorts of things, they kind of, you remember them and they're meaningful.
Those were the days.
Can I mention 2 things? First of all, talking about the chicken story. When we came, there was a rooster that used to get under our house and it used to crow at 3 o'clock every morning. And I do remember mentioning to the boys that it would be a good idea if the rooster didn't crow at 3 o'clock in the morning. And a day or so later, there was no rooster crowing at 3 o'clock in the morning. So, praise the Lord. They took notice of my indirect request. And the other thing that I want to mention is there was a wise lady who once said, we have nothing to fear for the future except we forget the way that the Lord has led in the past in his blessing. And I want you to understand that that is so significant. We can look back, but if we don't learn something from looking back, if our faith does not increase by looking back, then it's in vain. Because there are so many circumstances, I'm sure in your lives, as well as in my life, that I can look back and go, praise the Lord, this would not have happened in any other circumstance other than the Lord leading. So always have that confidence in your heart at all times. Do not let anyone or anything distract you.
Jenny, you had some good times and of course some bad times. Yeah,
we
like
did.
Just share.
Lots of very good times. If I go back to my first memory of the young children from up here, it goes back to Cable Church. I don't know if any of you know where it is. It's between Bustleton and Bunbury. And Barbara Reynolds' family that she married into, the Reynolds, used to go to church there with us. And I can remember Pastor Vaughan and Barbara and Linton bringing all these children, dressed immaculately, on a truck, and all standing up the front of the church and singing. And I was a child and I thought, wow, wouldn't it be great to work with them? What a great ministry they're doing. As a child, you just sort of, it comes and it goes. But then after I met Ken, he had a background of being up here. Some of you might remember his parents, Gordon and Mildred, who had worked up here. I think their first stint up here at Karalundi was when he was about 1, because he was born in 55. And his mum used to tell me that there was no such thing as a fan or an air conditioning. And I can imagine her with young children coming up here. And he started building some of the houses up here, the older houses. And she used to put Ken in a cot on the veranda and put a wet sheet over the cot. It was the only way she could keep him cool enough to have a sleep. So I know they did that stint here, but they also worked at Walluna as well when he was older. So he was a great friend in his time up there with Alan Ashwin. And when we heard of Karalundi needing someone after Nerily and Ron were leaving, I was really interested, but I didn't have a background of knowing what it was going to be like. and Ken was really keen to reconnect back up here again. So he came up here as principal and I came up here as a bit of everything. We had 2 children, Nicole, who's here today, she was 5, and Travis was 2. And he was very shy. He used to hide behind Nicole. He'd go up and talk to any of the kids, anybody who came around. And I must say, looking back, the children who came here really looked after them and became friends to my children and still consider them brothers and sisters. Now, lots of kids in cars. I can remember our Blue Falcon and Ken doing numerous trips across to Walloona and to Jigalong. I think 13 was the record of how many children he got in the car at one time. So seatbelts obviously weren't a big issue at that particular stage. And then he'd turn around and go back and do another trip. We were here for 3 years, 89, 90 and 91. And I remember the things that were really important was trusting God. Now, miracles happened all the time. And we'd go back to Perth for holidays and I feel like I'd stepped into a different world and nobody really understood the challenges that we were going through up here. He appreciated so much having chats to the different families and getting their wisdom on ways to do things here. I mean, God was our first call, but then the Ashwins were really important and he valued his time of chatting with Alan and Gladys, the farmers. Fantastic to see you here, Joni. Really good. And of course, Clinton and his parents. And then going back to Johnny Clanger as well. He was, I think, chairman of the board when we were here. And Johnny and Oliver and their family were just so important in their leadership and their words of wisdom. Pastor Davey, he's like our family. You know, he was just an amazing man who loved the people up here. He was just such a blessing, and I can't thank God enough that we were here during his time. I pay tribute to Ken, who worked tirelessly here. He worked and worked and worked. He did everything from, fixing the generator to being a plumber, whatever was needed, staying up all night, travelling the country roads, taking kids back and forward. They weren't easy days, but our love for God and our love for these families and these children was the reason we came here. And we still really love you people and kids who've become like family to us and to my children. Now, I don't think there's much more I can say, David. I just know that there were numerous miracles and God blessed us and taught us so much during our time here.
Yeah, I think the miracle is having God put the right people at the right time in the right place all the way along Karalundi's journey so far. That's a miracle in itself, I think. Talking about yesterday about I go, these people, I go, with no thought about their own personal comforts and things like that. Just coming into a place like this at that time, it was a step, as I said, on another planet, basically, just about. But we'll move on to Athol. Now, Athol, it nearly seems like he never left here. If you know, Athol is always around doing something. If you're not quick enough walking and keeping up with him, you wonder where he disappeared to. Athol's been a tremendous part of Karalundi right from when he was principal and right through, even to today. And Athol's going to share a little bit about this building, the church.
You don't have to be at Karalundi for very long, and you've lived a whole lifetime. I'll just say a little bit. Our journey to get to Karalundi was kind of long in a way, and we didn't have a whole lot of introduction to Karalundi except that I knew it existed. And in, I think it was 1969, I did a bit of a trip. I was always after an adventure, so I had to see the northwest. And we called in at Karalundi here on the way back. I don't remember much, although it was Christmas time and no one was here much. There were a couple of staff, and who they were I can't remember. But the next year, well, I'd come over that year to ask permission to marry a girl. And a year later, well, the father said I could, so a year later we ended up down in Cooley Cup at a wedding. And it so happened that a couple of Karalundi girls had gone down to the farms down south. I think it was a bit of a tradition in those days that some of the kids who couldn't go home or didn't want to go home would be taken down and farmed out. And two young ladies from Karalundi ended up at Zoe's sister's place. And so it never meant anything to me, and probably it never meant anything to these girls either. They probably looked at these funny white fellas anyway, and it was a funny experience. But it means something to you when you find out when you get to Karalundi. And one of those girls was Gladys, Freddie, and the other was Jorna. Longer while she was in those days. So I guess that's where we collected our first, maybe that's where we first got adopted into the Aboriginal family, and we've enjoyed being part of it ever since. A lot of years went by between then and when we eventually came here, but Zoe would have to remember the years for me, but I think it was back in the 80s, it may be, we'd gone out to Rarotonga in the Cook Islands. We spent 7 years out there, and it was quite interesting because the people whose place we took were Stan and Nell Armstrong. They'd been there 6 years, and Stan and Nell came back to Australia and we took their place. And in that crossover, we got to know Stan and Nell. And it was in the years after that, of course, that Stan ended up here at Karalundi. I think, was it 87, wasn't it? Stan was here, 86, 87. Anyway, it was Stan who kind of gave us the nudge and said, come on, come up to Karalundi and give us a hand. And so we ended up here. As David said, we were here when all the changes came, so you can sort of blame me a fair bit for what got pulled down and shifted. Some of it needed to be, mind you. There were things that needed to go, like over the back was the old dining room. When it was rainy, we'd have church in there. We'd try and squeeze in and have church. And if it wasn't rainy, or we had Friday night vespers, we'd have a campfire out here and sit around the campfire. And Olive would play the squeeze box for us, and Connie would tell a story or two. And we'd have kids sitting on our knees. It was the greatest thing. I'll have to tell a tale too. Things were sort of different in those days. We had big kids and little kids, not just middle-sized ones like we do now. And Edie and John were over here in the boys' dorm when we arrived, and we'd put the little boys all to sleep at night, get them all settled down. But the big boys, we had them camped in the common room at the back, and of course their door was unlocked. We always had to have the girls' dorm locked up at night, because there were, big boys like Kellen and Patch here, and they had their eyes on the pretty girls down in the dormitory down. Like Delby. And I'm not sure whether keeping the doors locked actually worked, but there were little boys like Richard Marriott around who loved to sleep with his family. And I'll tell you what, he could get through a crack this wide, because he'd be locked in that dorm one night and the next morning he'd be asleep with his sisters down there. Anyway, with the development, we came here, a lot of groundwork had been done. I know Johnny Kyanga, who was chairman at the time, and I think David was here, and Derek Binning was here, and a lot of moves had been made to government to get funding. And it came time to have some development. And so I think, David, you had something to do with it. We found a guy down the road called Peter Hayden. He had trucks and cement mixers in his yard, and we thought, OK, we'll get Peter to come up. It was quite interesting because I sort of hadn't had any contact over the years, but I found out later I taught his wife at school sometimes that that's how God leads. He puts all those connections in place. And that same Peter Hayden, who kept coming up here for many years and helped build many of these buildings, for those of you who might be out in the desert, he's the same man who road trained all the materials for Fink Church from here in Western Australia all the way to the centre of Australia. Then he went to Alice Springs and got road trainer bricks and carted them all the way down to Fink, all for nothing. And that's how God provides. Anyway, well, there's a whole story about all the buildings, but most important story is about this one here. And I can still remember when we got Peter here that the government had said, we can't build you any houses unless you've got services for the houses. You know, you've got to have water and you've got to have sewerage and so on. And so we had to find someone. I think we got a grant, if I remember, for about $27,000. And so Peter said, OK, I'll come up and do it. Well, Peter brought his truck and grader and you know, his attitude was, OK, well, you know, what can we do? So all of that got put in, and he had his truck and graders there, and a few people with vision like Johnny and some of the others who'd been here before. They sort of said, OK, we've got 6 house pads down there, and that's what he had to do. So we dug out dirt, trucked it up here in a truck, and that's where the first sewage pond is now. The hole that the sewage went into became the foundations for all of these buildings here. And so that's where the dream for the new Karalundi really started. And it started over there. You know, the swimming pool will be there. The basketball court will be there. The school will be there. It'll be in the shape of 2 boomerangs. 1 boomerang, 2 boomerangs.
Designed by Johnny Kyanga, I think that was his suggestion.
Yeah. And this place here, was always the place for the church. That's what they said when they came in. I think there's a tennis court here, some of you might remember from early days, and a few of the gum trees around. So this was the place for the church. So the pad got put down for that, and the pad got put down for the office over there. So that was a big dream. And you kind of say, well, will that ever happen? But it has. And every one of those building pads has had a building put on it. Well, what happened here in about would have been in the early 90s, the North American division had a 13th Sabbath offering. They took up a 13th Sabbath offering. And it was $80,000 came to the Western Australian Conference. And all I could remember was that someone stood up and announced how this money had come, and $40,000 was to build a church in Meekatharra, and $40,000 was to build a church at Karalundi. Well, years had gone by since then, and I know Rob Tonkin, who's here, I think your dad and a few other men in there, they got busy building, and they did such a good job that the $80,000 all got used up. And it all got forgotten by the conference. And then we started talking about doing something here. And I think this was Eric's plan, I think, to have the 4 sections and the open part. And it's been replicated in a few other places too since then. So people have come look at Karalundi Church and say, we like that. Anyway, we had no money, but Peter was here. Peter Hayden was still here doing work. And so we started talking about it. And I could remember about this $40,000. Well, the conference actually dug down. We got them to dig into the minutes, and sure enough, it was there that $40,000 was for this church. And there wasn't any grizzle at that time. No, okay, yes, we did. We took that action. The $40,000 was for you. And then I thought, now, what can we do with 40,000? We can't build the whole church, but we can start. If you never start, you don't finish. So we started, and some of you will remember the days when this was just a bit of a skeleton, but eventually it became a church. And the church gave us a couple of week of sacrifice offerings, I think $10,000 or $12,000. So that got up to about 60-something thousand or so. Anyway, over time we did, finish up some other things and put sound in it. That's one of those little miracles. I know Pastor Darren was saying to us, sometimes it's a bit hard to convince some people that we're a worthy cause. And I found that too. Even working for other white people in other places, sometimes you've got to cry pretty loud to be a worthy cause. But anyway, one of the miracles is that the church gave us this money and they don't own it. I don't know whether you realise that, but every other church in WA is owned by this Australasian Conference Association. So all the other people who, have churches around, they're all owned by the conference. You might call it your church, but they have the title deeds to it. But you have the title deed to this. And I think that's amazing. To me, that was a miracle that the church, would give us this. And it's been a wonderful blessing. So there you go.
Yeah, thanks, Ethel. Basically designed by Ethel. The plaque you can see on the outside of the building there when you leave. I was filling for Chris, my brother. He's in Bangkok at the moment, taking year 10s from Karalundi College on a service trip there, so he couldn't be here, and he sends his blessings and hopes that Karalundi will continue with God's blessings for a long time in the future. I was just looking at a Karalundi Wanga magazine that used to produce a while back. It was a newsletter, and he had a piece in there that he wrote for the 10th anniversary, and I was reading through it. I was going to bring it here to read through, but the sentiments that he wrote in there are exactly the same as what we would say here for the 70th. And that. Thanks, Robert.
I left something out of my story, and I should tell you. Yeah. The stories go on and on. When we built this church, we brought some of Wiluna Church with us. Now, some of you will know that there was always a church built at Wiluna at the mission, but Karalundi never got one. And, this was the site where it was to be built. And years ago, with some of the kids and some of the staff, we made these murals up which kind of, tell the story of Karalundi history. And in the 1, 2, 3, the one nearest to you is a picture of a church. So it's only, but that's kind of what the shape of the mission church looked like, in the mission. And so I knew, well, it's a long story. Stories go on and on. But when we came here, Robin Volroth was still living in Wiluna working for the community, and he was actually using that old church as storage for maintenance stuff around that. And we wanted some of it, so it was sort of a long process of keeping everyone happy, trying to get, what we wanted. And But we said, okay, we need to bring, keep some of that memory here. So we did, and some of you are here, KP, I think, and some of the others of that age, we go over and there's a truck we had and pull down stuff and load it on. We camp over there at night and come back the next day, and it was all a great adventure, I can tell you then. But these bricks around the rostrum here, and that 2 panels of bricks behind the sound desk there, if you look outside, those bricks are actually part of the church. And because I knew we were pulling it down, I thought I'd try and be diplomatic about things. And that church was built by John Volroth, which was Robin's brother. And so I rang John and I said, we're building this church over here, and, we'd like to, whatever, can you make some input? Well, back then, we had the first bits of the school being built, and of course the government said you've got to have an architect. Well, how do you get a building like this done? It's a bit different to a few others. And so I talked to the architect. Well, he wanted $6,000. Well, we never had $6,000 to give away, but I said to John, what can you do? John said, I've got an engineer in Perth. I'll give you his connection and he'll draw up the plans for you. So that's where we got the plans for. So, it was a whole team of people all pulling together. And those who made a contribution in the beginning were still making a contribution to this building here. So this building is part of Wooloona and part of Karalundi. It's your heritage. Teach it to your children, please.
Exactly. Ravi, bit of your story. How much time do we have? Yeah, we're up. Okay. Sorry.
Just before I start, I just want to pay my respect to the traditional landowners of this country, past, present, and future landowners. Talking about crossover. I was in Mirwini Gardens back in the Eastern States, in Pastor Queenland's country. And I used to work for Mirwini Gardens, the sister school to Karalundi, back in the 1988. And I think that's where I also met Pastor John Beck. And that's where I also met the Vietnamese, Garth and Sam. These were the people that actually talked to me about Karalundi. I think they just finished their terms in here and they went back to the East Coast and they were working in Kempsey while I was working in Mirwini. Then Pastor Quinlan was the one who said that you should go to Karalundi. And those of you who know Pastor Quinlan, I thought I was tall, but he was taller than me. He's a very tall man. But I didn't take that seriously. We went to the Gold Coast, taking Gold Coast, did my studies, applied for a job, and I actually got a job up in just west of Rockhampton. One day I went to church, the Southport Church, no longer there now. I went to church and I saw in the record a job here in Karalundi. So I turned to Vai and said to her, hey, how about we apply to Karalundi? If it is God's will, He will let that application come through. If it's not, at least we got a job in west of Rockhampton. Lo and behold, I got a reply to come to Karalundi. It was through David. The day we arrived here, that's about 28 years ago, 7 months and 27 days. I just worked it out there. 28 years, 7 months and 27 days ago. Around about this time we arrived here, this place was all dirt, no grass. We walked through the gate, I saw someone out there, and I asked the person, excuse me, are you the principal? He looked at me and he laughed. This was Uncle Kevin married. We were new. we don't know anyone. We're sort of thrown into the deep end. So at that time, the road that actually runs behind this dormitory, they were there, but they were all dirt road. And there used to be a road that actually runs through the track. And that's where we met Kevin. Yeah, so he directed us to the principal, who was Chris Cowley. Yeah. And that year too, Chris, the Tangive, Mr. Peets, we were all new. The whole lot of us were thrown into the deep end. There was only one old teaching staff, apart from the administrator and the other ancillary staff that were here. That was Mr. Armstrong. And all we learned about the Aboriginal people was through them. You can do this, you cannot do that, and all this. So we took that in and came. Then our first day, the first day we were told to go and collect the students. I said, what, we're going to collect the students? Yeah, you got to go into the bus. At that time we had a truck, an orange bus, and a troopy. We were assigned to go out into the community to collect the students. Uncle Roy sitting there was the one who went with me to Jigalong. I was depending on him what to do. I guess I learned every day while working in here. I thought, oh, maybe I come from Fiji, there's some similarities. Well, okay, extended family, I think it's just that, nothing else. We went to Jigalong. We arrived in Jigalong, and I asked, where are the students? So we stood there. We don't know who the students were. And I saw a house. I think people in Jigalong at that time, no? Yeah. That was back in the 1996. I saw a house with 3 young boys. One of them was standing like this, and the other one was doing that. And they were looking at us. The moment I walked towards them, they walked inside the house. They walked inside the house, I stopped. I don't know what to do. So, this was Felix Lubin. KP, Felix Lubin. I stood there. After some time, I decided to approach them. When I walked in there, I said, hello boys. They smiled and they looked down. They didn't say anything. We don't know who the students were because we knew. Then finally said, oh, we're from Karalundi. We come to get the students to Karalundi. I think that time we brought in about 9 students from there. We brought the students back here. We brought the students and we started to develop a connection with the people from there. The next time we went, someone told us, you gotta go and see Maggie Sampson. So we went looking around for Maggie. And I guess because we were new, they don't know us, they are not game enough to come to you and have a chat. So we made it our business to walk to them. The moment we walked to them, they walked inside. Yeah, very shy. Finally we found Maggie Sampson, who able to talk to the parents and get the students to come in here. I guess my time here in Karalundi, talking about the money side, Steve and the finance controller, they actually deal with that. My job was just to make sure I just put in the application to get the funding for the school, the funding that we get through the state government just before census closed, and the one that is through the federal government, which was called the IC program, and that is that's in the million. And that was a type of funding that actually runs this place. And the staff at that time, we were paid the award wages, the award wages, and because a lot of staff that worked here, they worked elsewhere and they know what the wages is like. And but we said this is a mission field. There's not much. Yes, the fund that we get is supposed to be for the teaching staff, but this is not only the teaching staff that runs this place. We also have the, I've forgotten the name, but the people, the administrator, the ancillary staff, those who work in the farm and all this. And that's where the money is actually shared. Going back the first day we arrived here, like I said, this place was all dirt. We were new, we didn't know anyone. We arrived on a Friday. On the Sabbath, Chris gathered us and David. I think we had worship in that end building. Then after worship, I came to the phone box just to make a phone call to talk to the pastor. Pastor Tule, who was in Wiluna at the time, just to let him know that I'm here in Karalundi. Halfway through my conversation, a car pulled up in a hurry and said, "Excuse, can I use the phone? It's an emergency. There's an accident off the road." So I let him use the phone and I drove up. When I drove up there with my boys, unfortunately the person died. One of the travelers heading down to Perth. I didn't know the detail, but all I know that day he actually passed away. And I said to myself, is this how we are introduced to this place? The reason I'm sharing this story is because David, he talked about the number of students that went through here and the number of students that have already passed on. And I said to Va, are we going to go through this? Because we've also come across a lot of students who was very young, who died young. And I think that is one of the things that really touch us working in here, to see our students who made the decision to follow God, and on their way out, something has happened and they tragically lost their life at a very young age. Yeah.
Thanks, Robert.
I guess there are other things. I guess I'll just.
There are many stories, and while I'm thinking about stories, I think it hasn't already been done. I think we need to get these elders, these pioneer students, get their stories down. On video. If you're in the communities and there's people living in your communities, get your phone or some other device and record their stories for posterity's sake. You're doing it already?
Richard Reynolds just phoned and he wants everyone to know he's really thinking of everybody with love in his heart, and he sends his very best wishes and blessings to all of you.
Okay, we'll do that. So Richard Reynolds sends his blessings and wishes everybody success. Thank you.
He's very sorry that he couldn't make it. He had plans to be here, but he just couldn't make it.
Right, so he had planned to be here, but he just couldn't make it. But,
sorry, I just remember a couple of things. Like I said, we were all new except Mr. Armstrong. I remember the museum used to be in here, and behind that was another wooden building. That's where I had my first class. No air conditioning, and Connie was our AIEO at the time. And I remember while I was teaching, the student just asked if they can get a drink. And there was a cooler just in front of the classroom. He'll walk in there, get a drink, and the next thing is up the gum tree, staying there. And when we call him, "Madam, you coming back into class?" He said, "No, wait there, miss, I'll be here." So he'll be there the whole day, or as long as he wants to, then he come back inside. And what we noticed, we couldn't hold classes from 8 to 3. Most of the time, the class was just up to recess or lunch, and we had to take the students. Then I remember one year, or maybe the following year, we were called to Wiluna. We called to Wiluna. The whole staff were called to Wiluna. The community, they wanted to speak to us. And I remember sitting in that meeting, they did say, why are the students not performing? Why aren't they performing as well as the other students in other schools? And they were saying lots of things. And I remember sitting down there, and I said to them, what you said, that's very true. A lot of students, they don't perform well. But if you look at the students that come to Karalundi, how many of them do come to Karalundi from the beginning of the term till the end of the year? And if you look at your students' record, you'll notice that these students do spend January to December in Karalundi. These are the ones that actually improve in their education. The one who just come for a week or two, or just a month, these are the ones that are actually suffering. What's happening to them? That was the end of the conversation. And I think from there was a relationship, a positive relationship that was developed between the staff and the people from New Guinea and the community. I guess the reason I'm sharing this is working here in Karalundi, one of the staff did say, when you walk here to work, your education, whatever you learn, you got to hang it out the gate. Coming here, try to learn the way of the people if you want them to work with you. And we find that really helpful, trying to connect with the people, see how they work. Because the kids, what we notice, the kids, they will respect you and listen to you if you actually have a connection with their elders.
Thank you. Actually, in between Rabu and Anne was Dr. Paul Buschenhofen. You'll remember him with his alter ego at his concerts. I can't remember what his alter ego name was, but we used to have lots of fun at those concerts, those that were here. Now, we didn't pick Anne because she's female. We picked her because she's the best person for the job, and she was willing to put her hand up and say, I will go. Thanks, Anne.
I know about concentration spans and I know about those hard seats, and so you're probably getting a bit over this, so I'll try and be really, really quick. So my connection with Karalundi started when I was in primary school. I lived in Mount Magnet. I was born and bred in Mount Magnet and grew up there. And in the late 60s, our school, Kew, Meekatharra, Yalgoo and Karalundi, we used to annually get together for sports carnivals, and it was like the highlight of the year just to travel. We'd usually travel to Meekatharra or Kew and have them there. I think they would share them. And most of the time Karalundi would wipe us all out. They were just incredible. So I wasn't even a Christian, I wasn't even an Adventist then. I just knew that this place was a mission and it had Aboriginal kids there that could run and jump and leap and do lots of things amazingly. Fast forward many, many years, I'm married, and we went to Mullawar to live for 3 years, and that's where I caught up again with some of the people that I knew as a kid. The Simpsons, the Curleys, the Paper Talks, who else? The Longwells, lots of them there. And that sort of rekindled, and we had quite a good ministry there. We helped to get the church going, and the Merritts, of course. I forgot the Merritts. And Uncle Roy became a huge support for me when I was here as principal. And then we went to Jigalong, so we were able to sort of develop relationships further with the farmer family. Janie, beautiful Janie over there, and her lovely family. She's the most lovely lady. I often talk about you, Janie, to people. I say, there's this lady I know. She's just a sweet, real lady, and I always appreciated her love for me. and many of the others out there. And so when it came time for, I've always wanted to come to Karalundi. That was my thing. I want to go and do some mission work at Karalundi. And the time sort of presented itself for us to come here. And overall, I'm trying to cut things really short. Overall, we did 5 years here with our 3 daughters. Our 3 daughters were able to learn lots of the Murruwunka language. They still speak it today when they're in the shopping centres, Joni, when they want to say things to each other so nobody else hears, want to say something mean about somebody, which is really naughty. They go into Murruwunka and they do that. When our eldest daughter when we lived in Headland for a little while, our eldest daughter while she was at school, got a job at Kmart. Is it Kmart or Target there? One of those. Kmart. And she's working and going through, these 2 young Murru boys, teenagers came through, and they were talking to each other, and they were saying how much of a good sort she was, in Murruwunka. And she replied back to them in Murruwunka. And she said, Mum, they were so shocked they nearly turned white. But anyhow, all of that helped to develop a bit of an understanding, at least. I don't think there's any way we can fully understand all of it Indigenous ways, but we had a little bit of a start anyway coming here. And we spent 5 years all up. Difficult, tough, wonderful times. But I only really mostly remember the really, really good and wonderful times. And I've always said, you can get an academic education anywhere. Anywhere you can get that. But to get the sort of education that goes alongside Jesus, where Jesus did, where they are taught to love and serve him, that's the fulfilment, really. And that's what Karalundi has always done, and I'm proud to say our other schools in Perth do that as well. So I want to commend you, John, for the beautiful spiritual tone that you still continue to have here. And I see that because I'm on the board. We get regular reports. And it's my privilege to continue serving Karalundi in some little way, as long as I possibly can, and I'm really, really glad to do that. So I just want to tell a little story about Athol and his building and pulling down. Shall I tell the embarrassing one? Let me do it. So just opposite the office, the office and the staff room there, where the playground is, there was the very last building. That was the last, wasn't it? On its last legs. Is that the one that became the... No, totally. How many? 6 of the big boys? Knocking it all down, pulling this building apart. And I came out and I went, this is not looking good. And I was just about to run back in and say to Steve Pete, Steve, get out of here. This is not looking good. When all of a sudden, the building went like this. And I just froze.
These all, if you want to get more stories, sit next to them somewhere. Hopefully we'll put it down on video somewhere. Some of the stories we can't tell, and some of them we can tell. But behind all of this, I want to pay a special tribute to the people that work in behind the scenes for no pay, no real recognition, the volunteers. If it wasn't for volunteers, Karalundi, I'm sure, wouldn't be at the place it is today. And it's a credit to all of these volunteers that have come over the years, donated materials, donated their time and labour, and that to make Karalundi what it is today. And so all the volunteers, we just thank you and salute you so much for all that you've done. Those that may be listening online, those that may listen to this in years to come, you have been appreciated, and Karalundi is what it is today, a lot of the time because of volunteers. Thank you. I just want to say apologies to some of the elders. If we have mentioned names of people that have passed away, it may be out of ignorance, so we just apologise for that. But thank you, John. And we'll hand it back over to you. Thank you, everyone. That's right. Yeah. We'll get a mic for you.
They had 8 or 9 kids in one car. Well, me and Mr. Brown went to Warburton one day after Christmas. We got to Warburton, they said, go to Blackstone and pick some girls up. We got there, there was 11 girls. 11 girls. They said, pop up when you get back to Warburton. When we got back to Warburton, we had 22 kids and 1 groupie. And we had to travel for 3 days and 3 nights to get them back home. But we couldn't stop because we had too many kids in the car, and it was that hot. We pulled up at sundown, and the wind was that hot. It was like standing near a fire. Just like standing near a fire. It was that hot, and we couldn't stop. We just pulled up and give them some wood sticks and keep going. It was 3 days, we travelled 3 nights. When I got back, I slept for 3 days and nights too.
I'd just like to say to the mums and dads, to all of you who let us look after your kids, I know you're thinking now we didn't look after them very well, but we did love them and we had great adventures with them. And thank you so much.
Just listening to all those stories, and as I work here, I just feel like a baby here. I don't even feel worthy to be up here today, you know. But just the story is magnificent, eh? And it is Karalundi's a special place. It's definitely, I think one of the principals said, it expands your faith, eh? Coming here as a dorm parent back in 2020 and now sitting here as a chaplain, is only God can do something like that, you know? So each one come with the right intention. If we listen right, listen to the right spirit, God will move you, if you will. There's a song I want to share here with you guys. It's a privilege to just be here and a part of the assembly. And this song, God has blessed me. It's one of my own song, the gospel song that God has blessed me with, and I want to share it here with you today. One thing you must understand, only way to the promised land. In this world you have to see that beyond there's eternity. In your hearts you must believe, all you gotta do is taste and see. There's a plan for you and me, a plan to set us free, to tell all these people to rise, tell all these children to rise, tell all these people Jesus is the only man. 40 days he crossed the desert land. 40 nights without no fear. This man, he came from Galilee. In your hearts you must believe. All you've gotta do is taste and see. There's a plan for you and me. A plan to set us free. To tell all these people to rise. Tell all these children to rise. Tell all these people a great sacrifice. To tell all these people to rise. Tell all these children to rise. Tell all these people the great sacrifice. The great sacrifice.
Are you tired? Because we're going to stay until midnight tonight. There's a lot of stories to share. And remember, this is just one day. And it's a very important day, so just bear with us. Amazing stories from our former principals. Thank you for sharing that. And also, thank you, Pastor, for your song. I think it has given us energy to keep on sitting down and listening. That's the good thing about that. Now we have two more sections to go through. I'm going to combine the board of directors and the former staff members. So if you have something to say or to share with us, please can you make your way up? You know, whether you are a board member or whether you're former staff here, please make your way up now so that we will start with you. Yeah. Anybody wants to come up now? You want to pull them up? There's some more chairs to, you can sit here. We can pass the mic around if you want to say something. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. And this one. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start from here.
How you going, guys? I'm Craig Pickett. I'm also one of the former staff members for Karalundi. I'm not too sure what year it was, but I think it was in the early 90s. Yeah. These paintings on the wall. That's what me and my partner done, Gemma, and my sister.
It was for NIDOC, eh?
It was for NIDOC, yes. And we've done that in and we've got the students to help us out with the paintwork and things like that.
That's paper mache, yeah.
Yeah, the paper mache and
the boys did animals.
yeah, boys did animals. And that the vehicle with the VOP was VIP stand for Voice of Prophecy. Yes. We were staying in the old girls' dorm. Gemma's parents were the dorm parents. Sometimes I used to go. The toilet was outside, out the back.
Full of frogs.
Full of frogs, yes. And sometimes I'd go out to the toilet, maybe 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock maybe, and I look and there's Ethel there walking past, heading over to the shed, banging and clanging away out of that side. And then I'd get up 6 o'clock in the morning and I'd make the fire for the hot water. And as I go out the back to light the fire, there's Ethel walking past again. I'm thinking to myself, does this guy ever sleep or not? But, yeah, as we was at the girls' dorm, the girls was cleaning up and they was vacuuming the rooms out. One room was, they believe, was occupied by a ghost. And they didn't, when someone would go and make their bed in there, they believed this ghost tossed the rugs around and didn't want them in there. So one day, I was vacuuming the rooms out and the generator we had used to cut out every now and again when it gets overloaded, and then had to wait till that
Everyone turned everything off, unplug everything.
Yeah, so while they was vacuuming the dorm out and the power went out, so Kevin and Barbara said, we'll just play together and you'd have to just tell stories or something, you know. So we was in the dorm parents' room and the dorm door was locked. The girls was inside, and then they ended up getting the generator started. And when the generator started, then the vacuum started. And there was no one operating the vacuum. And we just heard this screams. There was this screaming and crying and the big girls was pushing the little girls out the road. Yeah, that was one of the things I can remember back in the days of Karalundi. Also when we went up to Broome for the trip and we was at the car park, I think it might have been Cable Beach. And these boys come around the corner and said, look what we've got. No one killed a seagull, eh? And I think Ethel said, what are you boys going to do with that? You'd have to eat it now. You can't just kill them and leave them. You have to do something. Yeah. But we had some good times. I'm grateful and thankful for my experience here in Karalundi. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name's Sandra. I did a short time here with chaplaincy work, And for me to get to Karalundi was one of the biggest struggles of my life, because I'd been to Mamarafa and I came here to work, but on that journey of me coming was very strong, addictive behaviours, but the Lord just kept letting me go down that path. He just kept holding my hand and bringing me here. And I'm so grateful because of the hard addictions in my life that I was able to overcome them, and that was only because of God. And the journey that I came, and when I spent time here, it was just like I saw all these amazing people of all different races, backgrounds, shapes and sizes, and we was all struggling with something. So I was not on my own, or we see this amazing God that was holding us all together. And He guided us, He kept us strong. And we worked. And I worked hard, and I look back at things and I go with that. My 5 children, 4 remaining, struggled along that pathway with me. But I was able to open that door and encourage them with following the Lord as well. So I've got Karalundi to say thank you for, and the wonderful journey that has brought me here. And when I came back just only a couple of days ago, I felt like I was coming back home. The grounding that it gave me here, and that sense of belonging, that this is a place that the Lord brings all the people together for a good reason. And we all got our own reasons, I understand that. But I want to say thank you to all the staff, Aboriginal, non-Aboriginal, because here you come under this one big umbrella, you're one. Because there's one God we come to serve. Thank you.
I was only thinking last night, the first time I came to Karalundi when I was 27, 28, my son, Louis or Brent, he was just starting to, trying to stand up and walk. And yeah, it was the old wooden buildings, old floorboards with holes in it and everything. He had the girls' dorm joined on to the dining room, I think it was. So it was way back then, and we've been in and out, my family, the Merritt family, we've been in and out of Karalundi for many, many years. But I think Gwen was the first one to come here. And then we, as blackfellas, we followed along all the time, my family, So that would happen. And yeah, like Sandy's saying, I guess like a lot of us say, it's home. It's home. And after you've been here for many, many years, and the families and friends that we make or take for life with us, it just touches our heart, and it's always good to come back, and you just feel when you come to Karalundi. Over those years I've brought my kids, Lou and Flower, Brent and Alani up here just so that they can experience Karalundi and just have that experience. And it's a special place for all of us. Many, many things happening, many stories happen, and like Chuck was saying, a lot of mumble stories. There is one, no, I won't tell that one, but many stories. So this is home, and family will be always family because we belong to the Father up there. Yeah. Okay, Maureen Merritt. And when I first came here, I was working in the dorm. Oh, that was hard work, man. Especially the girls. Oh. I think boys, I grew up being a tomboy, it was just so easy. First was in the dorm, over the years, different times, dorm, kitchen, cooking, then liaison, then on the board. Yeah, so pretty much those jobs there. And yes, Carol came here before, when Karalundi was the last time Karalundi got closed down. That was a sad, sad time. You remember that day? That was sad, man. We had to go down to Rosemont to make that decision. I don't want to think about it because we all sat there crying. And they gave me the job to say, Maureen, what are we going to do about Karalundi? And I said, why me? And then there's Danny Orrick saying, Ron, it's your fault because you made that final decision. That was horrible. I was sick as, and I remember tripping down, they took me down, and I waited a bit late. I had my PJs on, and Pete looked at me and I said, shut your mouth. Because I was just like PJs were early in the morning. I was sick as but yeah. But anyhow, our God is great, and look where we are now. Karalundi is open again. So, we can pray and pray and pray. It's God's final decision. He's in control, not man. God is. So, yeah.
Well, it's my turn now. I think the Karalundi experience used to call me Baba, or Sheep, or Ba, or what. Yeah, I'll tell you the story. When we first arrived in Karalundi, 1996. To be honest, when I was told to leave Gold Coast, I didn't want to leave. Rav said, we're going to Karalundi. I said, I'm not leaving Gold Coast. So Rav and Max cook up this story. Just tell her that Karalundi is near the beach. She'll go. And I tell you what, I believe that story. And I came. When we reached, we drove all the way from Queensland to here. When we passed Narrabeen, we reached Norseman. And in New South Wales, when you look at the map, it's a big black dot, that's the city. And when we reached Norseman, I said to Rob, oh, so this must be a big city, Narrabeen, eh? So we went to Narrabeen. When I look around, Rob said, no, this is it. And I said, it's not like, when you come from Sydney, you got all this Griffith, Newcastle. I look at the place, said, what am I doing here? And we, 3 boys, we drove all the way, it's 45-degree heat. Oh, I tell you. And when we arrived in Mikathara, the lady who was working always asked me. I said to her, where's the beach? She told me, if you want the beach, 6.5 hours down the road. I looked at her, this was 45 degrees, starting of January 1996. And the next question was, where's the shopping center? Coming from the Gold Coast, you expect. And she said, oh, there's no shopping there, this is where we shop around here. And she asked me, where are you going? And I said, I'm going to Karalundi. She said, oh, it's up that way. And she looked at me, she said to me, I feel sorry for you. And I didn't know what she meant. When we came here, because we met like what Ravi said, we came here, I look at the place, to be honest, I just want to run back. I think David knows about this. I just want to turn around and go back. I think maybe because of the surrounding, I'm not used to the red dirt. Because we work in Miruni, it was all hilly, and I was expecting something like that. And to be honest, the first 3 months I was staying here, on the first day we went to Blue and Pool, and Gwen said, oh come, because Edie, whole lot of us going to Blue and Pool. What I thought it was like a Blue Lagoon, like a pool. I didn't know, we have to go and swim with the cows down there, and 45 degrees in Blue and Pool. And you know what, to be honest, I stayed here for 10 years. I stayed here for 10 years. I didn't believe that I would stay there long. David will know my experience here and the love of working with Aboriginal people. And people will ask me, you like Karalundi? Yeah, about the people. So I got used to the red dirt. I lived here for 10 years, and to this day, I still got my ex-Karalundi kids. We got a page together, and I thank God for that, because that's the time I can reach out to ex-Karalundi students when they are done, and they can reach out to me and we can talk. And the only thing I always tell them, remember, Jesus is always be there. He's there. Remember all the songs. I remember I talked to one of his ex-students a couple of months ago. She was really down, and she said, I want to commit suicide. I said, well, don't. Remember, God is there. Remember the story we used to tell, Miss Mumbu, what we experienced. 2 days later, she messaged me back. She said, thank you for that. That's the only hope I had in Karalundi. She spent 3 years here. The only hope she had was the things that we taught them here about God. And to be honest, some of our ex-students in Karalundi, they are doing fine. They are doing well. Me and Gwen, we work at the Jonathan Aboriginal Medical Service. We got some of the ex-Karalundi students there. A girl named Sasha, she said to say hello to everybody here. She can't make it. She's working in one of our HR office there. And I'm really proud of her. And I think Mr. Gross has done well with the twinnies. Those girls, Kelly and Mali, thank you for that. And I'll just tell you a little story about those girls. When we first went and got them from Port Hedland, this was night time. We went and got them in the troopy, me and Rabu. They look at us, we don't want to jump in the troopy with these strangers, we don't even know them. So the mother said, Daddy, Kali, you will like it. And I just look at them, poor thing. When they came here, they cried the first day they arrived here because they were far from home and we are here trying to tell them it's okay, you'll be okay. And that's one of the things that, to bring in kids from their family and bring them here and with us as a staff to make them feel at home. And, that's the thing that we are here for, just to teach them about God and what God does to our lives. And that's really, and I'll just tell you a little funny story about me and Mr. Ethel Grosse and Raul and Gwen on our trip to Sydney. So, year 2000, so we decided to take 60 kids to drive from Karalundi to Sydney. This must be madness, I tell you what. So, Ethel Grosse and me and Cheryl, we were in one of the boys' bus, Raul and Gwen in the girls' bus. So we were driving along before we reached Lenore, right? Girls were Linstown. I think the boys, they must have thrown the rock and we went through the window. So from Linstown to the Narrowboat, we got the plastic, the window was already cracked. So we're driving along now, me and Mr. Gross, Ethel be the big, because he doesn't want to listen to our music. We got all the Madu music, full blast. Halfway through, the boys decided to argue. There's a boy from Gigolo and the other boys. No, we're going to fight now. Okay, Mr. Gross said, stop the bus, let's fight outside the Narrowboat so everybody can see. Next minute, I saw Ravu and Gwen, they just drove past us. Principal just drove past us, ignore us, wave, all the guys wave to us. While these two Madu boys, they were fighting right there. And you know what, the truck, they just beeped the horn, it was sort of thing. Me and Ethel was in there, we were there watching them. That's okay, I got the video and I took the video. This is something that you will remember for the rest of your life. And we drove all the way from there to Wagawagai. We went to there. And it was quite a trip because some of these Madu kids, this is the first time they've gone to Sydney. We went to the Sydney Paralympics. Somehow we got to find it, so we drove all the way from here. And I said to Gwen, I think, Gwen, that's the first and the last, and taking kids, and like Ravu and Gwen, they were with the girls, me and Ethel were with the boys. When we reached Sydney, we went to the tower. And it was so funny because, and these Madu kids, when we went to the train station, then we were on the train. And, everybody in Sydney, they were so excited about the Sydney Olympics, so they asked these Gigolo boys, what do you think of Sydney? It's dirty, straight up. And I tried to tell them, don't say that. And they said, where you come from? They come from Perth. They come from our country, the way they were explaining things, And me and Gwen was trying hard not to laugh because the way they were explaining to the people in Sydney. This is a train station, mind you. We were catching the train from there to Circle K, right? So we were walking, and next minute, Sammy Fernando was in one of those shops. She looked out, she couldn't believe it. Hey, a Karalundi kids! And she called out, and this is in the middle of the city. And you know what? Those kids, when we went there to Sydney, we went from Sydney, they came back through Melbourne, Adelaide. We drove all the way to us, Canberra. Well, Canberra, that was an eyesore. So, they went to the Aboriginal tent, Tent embassy. So they went there and they said, yes, this is our land. And said, but we remember we have to, think. We went to the Parliament House where they do we took the kids there, from there to Sydney back to Melbourne, and then we went to sleep at Karalundi House. And these boys in the morning, remember Ethel? They decided to fight in front of the house. And this is Chris. Oh wow, this is really good because all my neighbors are white people. They're looking at us. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. And to be honest, to go for that trip and come back, Mr. Grosse, and that was my sort of highlight for here to be in Karalundi. And just to see those ex-students again, the only thing they always ask me, Miss, do you have the video for that trip? And I said, yeah, I still got that video for that trip. Yeah. And to be honest, I just want to encourage all the new staff here at Karalundi. Whenever you see your ex-students, always show them, because sometimes some of them, you don't know what they go through. And And I think we've lost some of our students on suicide, and I think that's why people always ask, why you always be on Facebook? It's just because of some of our ex-students. This is the only time they can talk to us through that, because they've got only certain people that they trust they can talk to, and that's the only time that we can talk to them. Thank you.
I'm just going to say, sometimes people say, you know, why do you go up there? Why do you spend all that time up there? It's all a waste of time. You never, you know, those kids don't come to anything. They mentioned Marley and Kelly, who came here, and they were fighting all the time. You fellas know. Yeah. We weren't here, but they got expelled from here. They went home and bided time for a while, and then another got them sent to Carmel, and they got expelled from Carmel. These two girls got expelled from Carmel today. Well, the oldest of them, there's Marley. She now has a job working on the mines. She's a driller and blaster up north. And Kelly is a pastor's wife. She has a little girl. She's a registered nurse.
Yeah, if I can just add on to that success story, the Western, Kelly Weston and Marley, that's one of the success stories. And I was talking to another student before I left here. He said, I'm going to set up my own business. He's now in Perth, the Newland, Nathan Newland. He's got a company in Perth that deals with the mine. I think the mine, they contact him and he looks for people to come and work for those mines. Yeah, that's another success story. And not only that, but even the staff that work here in Karalundi, when they leave this place and they move out to other places, they're in big positions. I know Steve Peace, for example, he became the union director for the actual work around Australia. And we have Mauna, Willie Mauna, used to be that's with the WA conference, but now it's with the Australian conference, the Children's Ministry. And Willie Mauna married to Ann Tompkins' daughter. They're doing well there. They feel the success story. Oh, what's the name? The girl Molly. Is it Molly working in the mine? He's actually working with my son in the mine. When my son comes home, he talks about Molly. When they meet, you know, the connection is there. Ex-Karalundi students. Oh yeah, David. He used to be a chaplain here. When he left, he became the principal of Karalundi College, and I think he's looking the South Australian acting director for the South Australian. Yeah.
John Lee.
And she received awards too.
For me, like the school here, when I finished school, I applied to work here. But it wasn't really planned for me to work here straight out of school, so I ended up going back home, doing my own thing, working and whatever. Started my family, and then I get a phone call from Steve Peace out of the blue. I had 2 kids. They said,
we have a job for you over here if you want to work here. But we have one rule for you. You have to get married. So, okay, so I really wanted to come here and work. So me and Kate, we decided to, okay, let's get married because I want to go over to Karalundi and work there. And so yeah, that's where it all started for me, coming here. We actually, like I was saying, Pastor Godfrey was took our wedding out in Wood, and we had 4 weddings in one day. Me, myself, me and Katie, Regina, and Greg, my brother, and his wife Rona, we got baptized yesterday, and Jamie Maria, who was a student here too before, and his wife Lisa Gilbert. Yeah, so anyway, I had to go through that just to come over here and work at Karalundi. And I was like, why didn't they give me that job when I asked in the first place when I was a single person, without a family? But yeah, so then coming over here, yeah, we just had to, we ended up getting married in February of that year, and then living over here, and we started work that same year. And so yeah, coming over here with my family, and we stayed here for I think 2 years or so, but there was Rahul was here, Steve Peets, I'm not sure who else was here. David Callard, not David, sorry, Chris Callard was the principal. And yeah, we ended up staying here for a couple of years, and then we went back home, and then we ended up coming back again for after a few years, worked again over here, and then yeah, went away again, and then I come back again now. So I'm back here again, working. We also, when Karalundi closed back in 20 whatever, we was part of the, I was sitting on the board at the time, and we was, Regina, and us was the ones who continue to fight for Karalundi to get it restarted again. We went through all those things that we had to go through, and we continue to fight for it. And then yeah, it was our great success to get it back again in 2020. Yeah, that's not like me, so I sat on the board. I was a chairperson on the board for a year back in, I don't know what it was, I'm not sure. But it's good to be back here at Karalundi again. And, yeah, it's me. Yeah, I'm Regina Ashwin Newland. Being a former student, been one of the younger students when it first reopened in 86. Me, Delvin, and our 2 brothers. We were, I think, one of the first was dorm kids here. Before every other kids came along, we was here around. A couple of the staff kids, Warwick, Shaki, and some of the farmers, Nico, Declan, and their sisters. but they had parents here working, so it's always sort of the first with the kids here. And been up and down here for schooling over the years. I think from 86, came back in the 90s, when the top winds of Lucas here and Ferdinand's. Been here through those years and then come back in the 2000, late 90s. When I went down for Karalundi College and back here, been up and down Molina. But nearly all the principals that's been up here, been here, whether been through schooling or just as a staff, came back as a staff when I had my first son, year 2000, I think that's right. Been working with some of the staff here. Over the years I've seen Mum being on the board back in the early years when it reopened, and that was sort of one of my things. Was like, oh, well, I want to be a board member to sit on this board because it looked really interesting. Seeing Mum and I think Mr. Hopway used to come in and see Mum, and one time I seen the plans really showing me, look, now we're going to do houses for parents to come out here, because when their Mum and Dad used to come, and other parents, they used to camp outside the gate, they were pushed there. So they wanted to build houses for parents to come here. So it was really exciting to see all these new buildings to put up. And yeah, it was good to be here. I was one of the students that was here from when it was the old buildings to the new dome. I think I done my last year there. I think as a TAFE, I think I came when Mr. Armstrong was back in. And just being on the board all these years. Sent my children here. 4 of my older children when they was before it closed down. It's like we just want to keep supporting Karalundi, and one of the toughest times for me for Karalundi was when Karalundi had to close, and working over those couple of years to get it reopened again. That was really, really tough for us, and that really really made us to think, have it like for us through being Christians to see where our faith is in God, and to trust Him. So that really tested us, board members, mothers too, because we had to stand strong and with a few of the other board members at the time. And, when we got through, got okay to reopen and everything, so sort of stepped off the board after that, just had a couple of years break, and been back on it now for, I don't know, this last 2 years, I think, last year. And when it reopened, my daughter came back and worked here as well, so like with Mum worked here when she first started, and then me and Melvin and our other brother, we lost, been working here, and then to have their children come back and work here, it's a blessing to have this place where it is in WA, for us, for modern people in this area. It's a really blessing to have this place and to have
people come through God to come and teach our children, teach us, teach our parents, and to teach our grandchildren and we thank God for all those times that all those years ago when the old lady had the vision to start this place and for our old people, our elders to reopen it in the 80s and now to reopen it again. This place means so much to Lord Admiral. It is a home away from home for us. And we just like to just help it keep going and keep like with us, we can send our kids anyway, but our thing is not, we want them to have Christian education. And not just any Christian education, but Seventh Adventist education. And that's one of the biggest things for us. Yeah, Pastor.
I'll just say some quick words. First thing I'll touch on is really the leadership of Karalundi. Has been something that's quite amazing to see. Our Aboriginal people taking the lead in the different roles, whether it be chaplaincy, like Sandra mentioned, and chairpersons, and a number of chairpersons who've come through. Johnny Kayanga and Mrs. Harris as well, and many others, and just at the restarting of this last one, it was really crucial to have Warwick Tulloch there as our chairperson, and just his role and the way that he was able to do things for Karalundi. I think that was a big part of it, getting it across the line to reopen. And so I'm so grateful for that, our Aboriginal leadership, and as much as we've enjoyed all the stories of all the people that have shared and their contribution too. And I think that's the thing about Karalundi is that empowering our mob to not only really to practice and to start off here, because then they go back home and become great communities where they are. Also making a lot of mistakes here at Karalundi. I remember one year the first time I came into Karalundi, we came late at night, 11:30 at night, drove through the middle, pulled up with a tent through on the side, and we were all half asleep, and all we wanted to do was just get out of the car and sleep. I thought I was never going to get to Karalundi. I didn't even know how far this place was, and we just drove all day. It seemed like forever. And the first Karalundi camp we went to. And I'd come up because my wife had been up the year before, and she stood up on the side of the old pool there, and she said, I want to be baptised. And so we came back the following year, and that was our first Karalundi camp in 1992. And things like that, And we make mistakes. I got told off here one time, skipping around on the airport, never forget that. And Johnny Kayanga. And this is the role of the chairperson, so he come and approached me, but everything, was good. It was that grace and that love, the way that he did that. I was ashamed, you get shamed for your actions, and I just thought, that's a bit of dirt out there, plenty of space here. But not even thinking of the significance, yes.
You usually pull a big stick out, but I don't know.
That's it. So, I've served as a chairperson as well just recently, and I might be the only Noongar person, KP, to be a chairperson here at Karalundi, and I was thinking, why? What they want me here for? It's not my country.
You must be us different, because Johnny would have banged with one of us.
That's it. So, But yes, it's an extreme honour to be part of Karalundi. Extreme honour. And not only that, for my own kids who've been part of Karalundi camp, and now you see our grandkids here, you know, walking around and you know, they love the place. They, you know, as soon as you mention Karalundi, they got all their own stories now. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, hi, my name's Connie. I came here as a teenager, and I can, just looking at some faces, I just remember other teenagers that were younger than me being here as students, and a word that stands out in my mind is fun. Fun. We had lots of fun together. And even, you know, even coming up here, driving back the other day, and just walking around here, just all the flood of memories. Sorry, it's getting happy. The flood of memories in, you know, just different spots. What happened at that tree? What happened in that corner? What happened here where the mailbox used to be? What happened up that road? What happened up this road? and just the fun and, you know, the laughter that we had. Was it always easy? No. And staff, honestly, what you're seeing today, it is much easier than what it was when we were here. But it was times of fun as well as, you know, the challenging times. And being a part of the school, one thing I want everybody to know is that the students that we used to take on excursions, and how many times we went into different places that other school students had been into, and how many times our students, the behaviour, it was commented on and it was complimented. Your kids are so good. Your kids are so good. And, you know, we were so proud of our kids, taking them into different places, and you know, getting compliments like that. And, you know, we're talking about kids that may not have been to big city places before, and, you know, places like this. But even now, you know, just meeting with former Karalundi students, and it just, sorry, it comes with age, you know, all this happens. just the amount of respect you get from kids that are now, you know, they're grown up, they've got their own kids, and just the amount of respect that they still have now for, you know, former staff and that. And I know that it's a place that, you know, not just our students, but also our staff and some of our, you know, former principals have commented on it here. A place where, yeah, you can really get to meet God, really get to know God because of the experiences and that. And some of my favourite times that we had it was around worship times, worshipping together, and having the kids get up to share, to sing, and it's wonderful to know that, you know, those kids that have been part of those worship times, that they are even now instilling that into their own little families. It's a time that we all share together. We all. I learned a lot here. I learned a lot from the kids. It was a great big learning time for all of us. And honestly, there are days, and it happens quite often. I'm just doing stuff, you know, whether I'm at work or whether I'm just in the shopping centre, whether whatever, and I just get a whiff of something, or I catch a sight of something, and it just, I'm back in Karalundi. I'm back in Karalundi, just, you know, this stuff carries you back here.
not plan for this. I did not plan for this. But well, it's some of the most special any teaching what you got pass it on. It's so bad saying, but some of the most okay. Some of the most special years I've ever had was here at Karalundi. It was with us, there were students, with the staff. Wonderful memories. So yeah, it's really good to be here celebrating the 70th. Me too. I look forward to what else is happening in this space right now, but also in the years ahead, because it's God's place. It's God's place. It was set up here, not by man's leading, but by God's leading. The people that have come here, mission-minded, not because they said, I'm going to go there and do great things. No. It's God put them here, and they have the heart for mission. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to be working in this place as well. And I just want to say thank you to all those that were here. Thank you for the wonderful memories. And thank God for the wonderful memories, and just looking forward to what else He has in store for this place, and the work that is coming out of this as well. It's always been called a light in the desert, a light in the desert, and how many little lights have been sparked in different parts of Western Australia, and now not only in Western Australia, because lives have come here and been touched by Jesus. We praise God for it.
My name is Roy. I'm a Yamini man, a Wajiri man, from down that way. And we got while we was working in Karalundi, me and Connie and Mrs. Everett and Tate, and I was on the mine there with the contractor. And one Thursday afternoon, the boss said, "No, we're all out of work now. We'll have to put you off, see?" I went home that night and I said, "Mrs., I just lost my job." He said, "Pack your bag, we're going to Karalundi." She never told me that Pastor Davies ran her. They wanted a dorm person here. So she said, "Pack your bag, we're going on the weekend." Well, he come with us. We had a caravan at all just after Christmas. We drove up. And it was that hot. We nearly died on the road. Probably on the road. We pulled up at 8 o'clock. We had a nice day. It was that hot. We couldn't get over 80 pulling the caravan daytime, We got here. We started the same day at Aston Crossing. 93 we started. We started on the Monday, same day after Christmas. We had old white houses there. No air conditioners, 40 every day for a month. And old chip heaters, water things, no water. Sometimes when the motor went off, or groundwater that wasn't up top, the water wasn't flowing. For 1 week here, we had to cart water in 44,000 drums for the toilets. When the kids went to the toilet, they took a bucket of water with them. It was that rough, There was no water. We had an engine down there, little engine, Athelno. We used to go there about 12 times every night just to start the motor. It'll cut out, we walk down there, start it, just get back, cut out again, we walk down again, start again. But we really enjoyed our life. We come here in 93, and Mum started in the door, and I started on the ground. First morning and first night, she said, "No, we can't stand this, we go." That's the first night. Now I got up in the morning, "No, we'll give it another go." Next night, same thing, "No, these kids there, we better go." But we're different mob, see, to this mob. And this one went for a week. "Oh, no, we can't stand these kids." They don't know us and we don't know us. After a week, we stayed here for 10 years. We got to know them and they knew us then. KT was here, Nelly. We know what they got up to. But mainland, we taught these boys how to drive tractors, do gardening, fencing and everything. Cement work, nobody tells you that. And they said this place was a Dutch Bowl. When I come in, there was nothing here. But we got to work, kids and that, we planted all this grass. And the oval up there, the football oval, that was just all bush. I got the whole load there one day, and I cleared it all off. Then I made up an old tractor, made the furrows, and I went down there with a bucket and I got the good grass, and I brought it all up there. I put it in the heaps, and all the kids threw it into the furrows, and covered it over, and we had a wet little hole down there where the water comes in, you know. We pumped that water from there up to the oval for about 3 months. Every day we pumped the water, turn it off. Next morning go back, the hole was full of water again. It was that good as that hole down there. But it come good up there, beautiful Lord. We planted all this here. David was there, we planted it. Put on in the front of the board, the girls' door. All that we planted, all that. We worked hard here. But the best thing, everyone helped everybody. You had a job to do, he'd come and give you a hand. Yeah. But we spent 10 years here and really enjoyed it. But to tell you about the story about the fighting, me and my brother Kevin, he come up and we was taking bush in the old truck, out of the old truck, with a crane on, and they start arguing at the back seat. Pull up, they're gonna have a fight. We pull up, all the kids make a ring, two jump in the middle, have a fight, shake hands, jump on the truck and away. It was all finished then. Yeah, it was all finished then. But the bungers, they could pick a bunger up from 4.5 miles, but that bunger never got away from them. You know, lizard, it all jump off and all round up like sheepdogs. They all round and bring them and they stole them there, kill the people. Yeah, but we had a good 10 years here. But I've been coming back here for 27 years straight from Karalundi College. This is my I've been past the God breed when I was 25, 26 now. We were racing who got the most. I got 7, he got 26. Yeah, 27 years straight I come back here. I love this place. This is home to us.
The first time I come here was when I was a little girl. Mum and Dad come here to have a look around because we come and stay with Nana Curly, Nana Ava Curly and Mika, and so we came out here for a look because nobody was here. I think it's when it was closed before it started again in the 80s. And yeah, Mum said, oh, I came here when I was a little girl. She was part of the stolen generation. So she came here when she was 8 and her sister was 6. She doesn't know how long she stayed here, but yeah. And then yeah, she had us, got married and had us, and then we come here when Pastor Davies asked us to come to work. He was living in Midland, and Dad come up and he was the chaplain. Mum did the girls' dormitory. Yeah, and yeah, I had 2 children then, and when we left, I had extra 3. So 5 children. Yeah. I just come up to, me and Chip just come up to follow Mum and Dad, and thought we got a job. Mr. Grossi asked me to help in the kiddie with the little kinder kids with Karalundi, who passed away now, and yeah, you know, to help the little kids how to read, or just do the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, and then when they learnt that, Mrs. Grossi said, when they learn all that, just send them next door to me, and then I'll teach them more. So we did that in Karalundi, and yeah, and the kids were really good. We did everything with the kids here. A lot of swimming, lots of looking for traditional foods. Get all the lungis up at the airport, cobblers, scout munugu, and go along there, and kids, they can see the cobblers for miles, and we couldn't even see them, and the cars were going that fast, and I said, stop, cobblers, yeah, up there, and yeah, looking for sweet potatoes at the balloon pool, and swimming, yeah, we did a lot of things with the kids, too much, yeah, and yeah, and Chip did the music. We had a music room, and the kids used to go in there on their little time on their own, and all you could hear is Wipeout. Wipeout. Every kid, all the little boys to the big boys, they all had to turn to play Wipeout. And we heard that all day. Yeah, all day, Wipeout. Yeah. But we had a lot of good staff, really good staff. Yeah, they came and go, and but we still remember them, and yeah, some at culture shock. Yeah, remember Mr. Weegbix? Yes. Yeah, him and his wife. They had a really big culture shock. Yeah, I guess they did come. Yeah. No, that's not it.
I'm just saying, when you pick them up at the community, you bring me here, you're their mum and dad. They trust you with that kid. You're their mum and dad when they get here.
Yeah, when we see the kids now, we've been to Kalgoorlie a few times, and the kids, we can hear Mum, Dad, and it's the ex-students, and kids running up to us. Yeah, so yeah, it's good.
They know us, but we don't know them. Still remember your faith. They always call you sir and miss. They never call you then. They always sir and miss for the woman and sir for the man. Yeah. That's one good thing about it.
That's true what Roy's saying. Because several times I've been down in Perth and gone on the bus. The next minute I hear somebody says, Miss, and I'm looking around and it's Karalundi students. I remember one time, I came here, I think I was here between 3 to 4 years. In that 3 to 4 years, I was teaching here. I was teaching at Baylor Primary School in Port Hedland first, and then went down to Perth for the church, what's it, Easter camp. And Steve Peets asked me, can you come to Karalundi? And I didn't really know much about Karalundi. In fact, I probably didn't know anything. I didn't even know where it was. And because I'm a Nyungar from down south. And so it was a bit of a culture shock for me when I came here, because there was a lot of things that really needed to be done. First, when I saw the children with some singlets on going to school, and I brought that up and I said, they really need uniforms so they can all identify as one family. So that took a while to do. But while I was here, I got even more Christ with Christ, because just playing with them, playing with the little kids, and I had the little ones in 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds, and they were, a lot of them didn't know a lot of English, so it was a bit hard for me to teach them, because I didn't know the language that most of the kids there knew. And I probably had, would have been about maybe 15 kids. And I was here with Mr. Ravu as the principal, and Chris Cowlin, your brother. I was here with them, those two principals. And they actually did a lot for these kids. I probably won't go into it, because the things they did, it was to do with trying to get their behaviour in a pattern that is related to God. And that was a bit hard to do, because I was brought up strict. My mum was very strict with me, and there were 6 of us kids in my family, 3 girls and 3 boys. And whatever she said went. And even with my grandfather, going back to my grandfather years, he was a Catholic. So they went to church every Sundays. And my grandfather was like the pillar of our growing up, because he was a shearing contractor. And so we used to go around in the tents at that time. He'd be in the northwest, and there he was shearing. So we were camping out in the bush all the time when I was a little fella, a little girl. I mean, I ate witchetty grubs and all when I was little. So I was really brought up in our culture that way. And we used to go hunting for the roos. And there was always strict things that were related to these things. Like if grandfather got a kangaroo, then there was a ritual to go through. They got the eldest ones got the choicest parts. And so you got the lower parts of what wasn't choices. So I grew up in my grandfather's realm, where whatever he went, whatever he said went, and none of us were game enough to say, I don't think you should do that, because he was a man and he was supposed to know it all, and so we didn't question anything. But I was brought up in a strict family with him. He was even strict with his kids, you know. He had about 9 girls and 2 boys in his family. And he said to them, being a Catholic, they all have to get married. And they all did. If they got a boyfriend, they had to get married straight away. And between my mum and my dad, they didn't get married because they were hard to get together and get them married. And my grandfather tried to get the native welfare to go and marry them. That's how strict he was with the Catholic religion. But getting back to here, like I said, it was a culture shock for me being here because kids, they used to run around. It was like free country, and it is a free country. So I tried to bring them to a position where they knew that when the school bell rang, they had to go to school. But the positions here was that they used to run out in the bush, didn't they? They used to run out in the bush every day after breakfast. So it was very, very hard for me to educate them. And I like the fact that I spend time here in Karalundi because it also helped me with my own teaching. I've been teaching for over 10 years now. I'm semi-retired. I'm supposed to retire, but you know when you retire, you work more. But anyway, they were, see, they didn't get used to me either in the first go when I was here. It was hard to tell them, this is what you should do as a teacher, and just try to get them into routines quicker and have a good bringing up in what they could do later on. Like if you get up in the morning and you've got to go to school, it's the same thing as going to work. So when you go to work, you just can't say, I don't want to go to work. So I try to instill in them these things, and it took a fair while for me to do that. I think after 3 months, then the penny dropped. And I could tell them, like, we had these singers coming over from over east, Christian singers. And one of them said to me, because the kids were jumping around here in the church, they were jumping around over everything. And that was sort of a regular thing. And I thought to myself, they should get to know what it's like to be instilled in discipline. And that's what I said about doing. And I said, if they want to learn anything, and I'm their educator, I want them to learn. And this is what I said about doing. So after 3 months, when these Christian singers came here, and they saw them running around, and they said to me, how are the kids going to sit down while we're singing? I said, all you got to do is count 1, 2, 3. I said, by the number 1, I said, they will be sitting down. Well, he wouldn't believe that. So I said, all you got to do is count 1. And there they were, all the kids were running around and shooting up, one shooting this girl, another one playing cowboys, so I sat down there, and the singer, he comes in, and they're still running around. So I said, count 1. He counted 1, and you could see these kids running around to sit down. Before he counted 2, they were all sitting in their seats, and you couldn't hear a pin drop. So I think some of the staff thought I was very, very hard. So I copped that too, but and discipline is love. God's discipline is love. And the kids have to be taught discipline. So, as much as I love the kids, and because I had the little ones, and I was so glad that I had the little ones and twos. And so in the summer months, like I think one of the principals was saying, when it got too hot, we used to stop in the afternoon. Then we'd either go down to the clay tanks, and we'd all, the teachers and all, we'd all sit around in the mud, slip around in the mud. Or we had the old swimming pool there, and we used to go there and swim. And it was a sort of a blessing in a way, because I created some things that I thought what you call quantum leaps in the teaching. I started my vowel books here, where I wanted the kids to learn the vowels, and so I created these little books, and they were vowel books. They were intended to fast-track kids into the education in a quicker way. So when I made them up, I gave them to the little kids, and I said, all right, here you go. And you know what? In the second day, all these kids were reading these little books, at one sentence in. And in order to consolidate the sentence, they had to draw the picture of what they'd written about. And so I've used those books at times in other schools. And even the principal over in Marble Bar, when I was there, we just started school, and I had little year sixes. And I gave him my books. And the next day, he comes into my classroom, because I was a remedial teacher there at that time. And he says to me, I heard some kids reading. And he said, were you reading with them? I said, no. They can read these little books in 2 days. So I try to do a lot of quantum leaps with a lot of subjects, even with maths. If you've got MABs, that's what you do. The MABs were wonderful. Yes. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Mary Hisco. Hi, I'm Merrily Hisco, and I will be very brief. Karalundi to me is the place of miracles. As I am an amateur historian on all things Adventist in Western Australia, particularly Adventist education, I am just constantly overwhelmed with the miracle that we call Karalundi. 70 years ago, perhaps a bit more, there were people in the region, mainly the Curley family, and I'm sure others, that had a desire for their children to learn about Jesus. And then we have the wonderful family, and whose name's just escaped me. Dudley Vaughan. Sorry, I had it in my head and then it's gone. Dudley Vaughan had a heart for Indigenous people, and against so many incredible odds, he came to this place, this very special place, and established a mission. And so many of our elders came through Karalundi, through that mission. And then it took a dark turn when Karalundi closed. But God wasn't finished with Karalundi, because he impressed upon a family to purchase this land from the Adventist Church, and that was the Barrett family. And the Barretts had this place for many years. And we see then the next miracle that took place as our local people here, people that had the scenes. I'd just like to acknowledge some of the people and about that time. Trizza Carmel put in so much effort to get Karalundi opened, to get paperwork done, to get curriculum done. The head of the science came up with Ron to go through the science lab to get it up to standard. They worked really hard because they had a vision for Karalundi. And to make sure that it was possible to open. And a very, very special time for Ron and I was January of 2020. We knew what it was like to come here when everything was in disarray. And so we decided we were going to come up and work really hard over our summer holidays to get the school ready before the new staff arrived. And our daughter, who was 3 months old when we left here, she said, "Mum and Dad, I want to come and help." And so we came up here early January. It was stinking hot. There were no air conditioners working in the school, and Alicia and I spent day after day after day after day unpacking boxes, setting up the library, setting up all the aids, going through the principal's office and setting it up in the main office and the storerooms, and it was just wonderful that she was able to do something for a place that she was born in, and that was really special. But one of the highlights, and this is my very last thing I want to say, is as a teacher at Carmel for 20 plus years, I've now retired, but my greatest joy, my absolute greatest joy, was to teach the children of the children that I had taught here at Karalundi. And some of those are the grandchildren of the original students, like Joni and her grandchildren. And teaching Tate and Tia have just been such a joy for us. And all I can say is, look what God hath wrought in this place.
The Barretts you're talking about, I'm going to one of their daughters' farms out from Mora. The Barretts have leased this place. That's where I'm going to.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Kevin Patch, KP, everyone called me. I'd like to say something about Karalundi. Like Karalundi is a special place. We've heard a lot of stories about it. We've heard a lot of stories, how Karalundi become famous from down there to up there. It's a long journey, and because it's sort of been up and down, closing, opening, I think, some of us got really tired and, like we didn't want to, carry on the journey. Some of us, we can't say we've been there for Karalundi or not. To get Karalundi going, it was a hard one. With the staff, a lot of staff I've been school here when Ron and Mary was here. I think 1 year and 6. Yeah, 1 year. And then I come back. And so I've seen a few principals in Ron and Crossy, Mr. Crossy, and Ken. Hopefully that he was just today. He's been a big part of my journey. And Mr. Crossy, I've stuck with them I used to stay with them. With Mr. Crossy and his family and Ken and the family. But we've struggled all those years of training, and we all need a pat on the back, because it was easy, we all could walk away, But we didn't, we've been there. And I don't know, it's something to do with this place, like no one ever give up on it. We've sent our kids here, we've been here, parents been here schooling. But I think some of us have been putting up for 70 years now. I don't think, maybe. But we've had a lot of kids here that come from, far and near, There's a lot of kids that are here even from overseas, like Solomon Islands and Fiji, Karalundi scene at all, there's all different languages and different ways of fighting, and fight Mado way, you fight Fiji way or Solomon way, or we argue this way, that way, and we want this thing done that way, this way. But the main thing is like the place like Karalundi is being there. It's never go anywhere. It's still here. It's stuck here. We never moved it or anything, We could have said, all right, the government don't want to have Karalundi, so let's move Karalundi somewhere else and put another place and we'll continue there. We'll never do it. So it must be something with the place. And used to be on the board, and we had good times and bad times. If I'm trying to think of any bad things I've had here. As a staff for Singapore, we had a few arguments and whatever. But we still got through. Only one thing I experienced that was like funny, and I got on the board. I think the first time I ever got on the board. That was my first time I was on the board. Because I was on the board and there's a conference up in Sydney, and Rob was the principal. I was working as an AEO. And who else? Rob, me, you. Oh yeah, and Olga themselves, and a few of us we went along with other schools. We went there. First time on the board for Karalundi, first time on a plane, first ever time from Newman, Perth, and straight to Sydney. Big storm. From Sydney, no, from Perth to Sydney, big storm. Like halfway through the island, big storm here. And I was like, oh, first time, man, what am I gonna do? I said my prayer, Lord, we're going to Sydney and we're doing Karalundi stuff for the kids. Please, my family's back there. If anything happens, but look out for them or be back there safe. So we got there and then we had a meeting and then we had some free times. Like we went to the city, as Karalundi board and staffs. This is pretty much when we went as Karalundi. We took Karalundi to the city. We put him almost if you want to put him like that, and then. Then it was time like shopping, and then Sydney. I was like, wow, there's a boy in the city like full on. There's people walking by, and then we done our shopping in Rawood, and we're heading back home, back to the hotel. And I'm looking and walking, and Rawood's going in front of me. Not waiting for me, come on, tell me, come on, KP, we gotta go. We gotta get to the inn. And next minute, we was going to the train station down, so we go to the train station. And I'm walking around, wow, we have that meet. And then next minute I get in. There's a door knocking, there's Rob standing up in the train, and I'm outside the train. Oh, and I was like, open the door. And Rob was going, I can't. Automatic. And what's going to happen? But he can't hear me and I can't hear him. So I was just. Oh, and I was like, and Robert again, wait there. I'll stop and I'll come back. And I said, you better come back. I was like, I don't know, Sydney, you go. I'm lost. Yeah, I only put like, there's some fun things, some sad things you do, especially when you're in Thailand, you have a good laugh about things, you can talk about it. Yeah, this place is so special for us, people come and go, and then we like to, share stories and that. I've been to, we've been to school, Dalvin and Regina and Melvin and Diane, us mothers been, and we have our families. And I know, like Roy and David and Gwen and Chuck and them too, Roy. How John there? I saw John. I was schooling in Malvern. I was doing high school there, Malvern school. What year that was, John? Was it 99, 91?
They fill up the pool.
Well, anyway, I seen John there, and then when I got to Canada, I seen her, and I was looking, I know it. A lady exactly like that, I know her. She used to be, I was looking at John and saying, oh, I know her. Well, I was saying, this lady I went to school with. Back in Melbourne, she looks like her. But it was her. Well, anyway, I like to, thank for a lot of, there's a lot of people we can, like everybody said, we can talk for a week about Karalundi. But I like to say, leave a thing with everyone, everyone of us here, and here in the chat room, sort of leave a message for everyone, just to think about, there's no, thought of to come and see me about it, but you think about yourself. You think about it yourself. You look at it yourself. Does this message on me? Does Karalundi itself? I leave it with everyone. Does Karalundi looks after? Do we look after Karalundi or Karalundi look after us? That's all the message I want. Think about just work it out and yeah. It's for you to figure out, but I got my different ideas about that, but yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, maybe Barbara. Yeah, former student of Karalundi. I just got there. Karalundi is a special place, as we all say. It's different to any institutions because we wasn't forced to come here. It was a stolen generation, so I say. Everybody came here with their own free will. Our parents sent us here to get an education and to learn more about God and to help our communities back home and where we stay. And as a result of that, some of our people have hold positions in the community, are pillars in there, you know, as a result of Karalundi and the teachings from the well-wishers that came in and taught us and learned us about God. Navigating three worlds, starting from our world, the Western world, and the Christianity world. So it was a big challenge for us as kids from the bush to come here and learn about all that sort of stuff now, education. But we managed to navigate those three worlds throughout the days where we were coming here. And we came a long way from way back when our parents went to school here. From back then to now, the technologies and everything all changed, and the information and yeah. But it was a good journey that we went on with everyone, working together. I have been asked to achieve what we wanted to achieve and go home to pass on our knowledge to our kids, people from other congregations to come here and come to Karalundi and learn about Christ Jesus and God, you know? Yeah. I feel privileged to be here celebrating the 70th anniversary. And at the same time, a bit sad that few members of our family are sitting here in front with us, our elders. Most of them all left us. But it's a good journey. 34 years, maybe we'll ever come back here and celebrate and we'll be all people sitting up in the front there. 100 years time, that's what it is, you know? Yeah, you know, we got good. Yeah, so looking forward to that time and to keep passing on. Before I came this way, spoke to my families and said, we have forgotten the way, but I have people out there that told us to keep following us in their ways of going to Mama. We grew up knowing Christianity. They're following a different road. Mama. And they still know about that, but they're just distracted with that other world where they like to drink and party. And like today, we're not living in a way I see it is maybe the Solomon Gomorrah's day. You know? Like they legalized people to get married to one another in the same as a sin, you know? Yeah. Them sort of days. And it goes back to Solomon and Gomorrah's time. And challenging days, and we have big challenges ahead of us. And getting our kids and children prepared for what he's doing, and I mean, most especially for the second coming of Christ, where we go back and live life without any of that destruction and everything. It's a good world to live in heaven with our loved ones that have passed away. Johan.
Yeah, just quickly, my name is John Beck, and I was first invited to Karalundi by Docky and Robin Reynolds. Many of you know Docky Robin. And they used to have a big tent out here where they used to worship before the chapel was built. And one year, Pastor Eric Davey, that's when Pastor George Quinlan was here. Pastor Eric Davey, he rang me up and said, we need a banner for the chapel. And he gave me the dimensions. And this is the banner that we did, my wife and I. And it was another half a metre longer than that. And the story represents Aboriginal people and country, hunting, gathering, meeting together, sharing together. Those handprints are my late wife's hands when we did that together. And you can see there wouldn't have been much room left in our lounge room when we had that spread out all over the lounge room in Esperance. But it's that culture as well. You know, culture is important to our people, we know that. But the most important thing is that when we have culture, as long as we make Jesus the centre of it. And that's the story of this painting. Good to have culture, country, stories, songs, sing songs and sharing and hunting together, but as long as Jesus is the centre. And if the school don't have Jesus as the centre, then it's not worth having a school. Send your kids to a government school. But because we've got Jesus as the centre, it's worth having.
Thank you everyone for sharing your stories. So amazing to hear some of your very, very interesting stories. I have no doubt that all the students who have come through these doors during your times have been blessed, by the experiences that you enjoyed with them. Now, our next program now is to go to the dining hall for the main part, which is the secular part. This is the formal part. And the secular part is mainly eating, getting to know each other, catching up with your former workmates or your classmates or your friends or your families. So we will have a break after this. I understand that there's a special item which is going to be rendered by June, is that right? Yeah, okay. Now, tonight, or to play 70th anniversary Black Outside. We will have to think about that while we listen to the music part of the. Thank you.
Just another memory that came to me was there used to be a phone box at the gate And I think I was the only one that was working practically. And everyone used to get the phone calls from our family and things. But some of the Karalundi students would be down where the phone box, and when the phone rings, they'll all run and grab it, you know. And I was expecting a call from one of my sisters, and I was waiting there for a while, and then the phone rang. So we had to beat the Karalundi kids, you know, to answer the phone, and I ended up answering it, and it was my cousin. Do you reckon those who was that who answered the phone? They were really swearing at me, you know. And but it was one of the things that always I remember, that we had to race for that phone, and everyone was expecting phone calls, but the Karalundi kids was answering them first. So I'm going to I done this one yesterday, so I'll hear it again. The song. Hold my hand, take my life, Lord, I believe, Lord, I receive, into my heart, come, Lord Jesus, be my God, show me the way, for I'm just a man with a great need for love. Here I am. Hold my hand, hold my hand. Take my life, take my life. Lord, I believe, Lord, I believe, Lord, I receive, Lord, I receive. Into my heart, come, Lord Jesus, be my God, show me the way, for I'm just a man with a great need for love. Here I am. Hold my hand, take my life, Lord, I believe, Lord, I receive you into my heart. Come, Lord Jesus, be my God, show me the way, for I'm just a man with a great need for love. Here I am. For I'm just a man with a great need for love. Here I am.
Thank you very much for your song, for the message in your song. Now, I think we still have time just to go outside. So please, we have to go outside and stand outside there while the I'm going to ask to come and unveil the plate for us outside here.
You sang my favourite song. Thank
Now let me explain this. She's the pioneer student of Karalundi, and this boy is just finished from here last year. He's now in Karalundi College. So the staff have chosen these two to unveil the plate for the 70th anniversary. So we'll just have to tell them to do it, and then Pastor John Beck will offer the prayer.
Okay, should we just bow our heads and have a prayer? Heavenly Father, again, we just want to thank you for your love. We thank you for Karalundi. Thank you for the pioneers of Karalundi, those who said that, or taking up the challenge, he said, I will go here and serve these people here in Karalundi with other communities. Thank you for the staff now here and in the future. Just ask for your blessing upon Karalundi and bless this building, this church, and I continue to speak your words and your love and your plan for salvation. Thank you for your love. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Now, the last part is the secular part, which is going to dining hall. Sorry, go to the MPC. So please, can we ask everyone to slowly walk there? And by 6:30 we should be starting. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's go.
Sorry. Oh, right.
Kids family. Yeah. You are. Yeah.
Your brothers?
You got your camera?
We've been friends for a long time.
All day.
And all night.
I was Jack Stanley Tom. You know the old boys school?
Yeah.